Oh, okay. That's so sudden. All right, hold on. Host.
Sorry.
All right, cool. All right. Wow. Feels like this week flew by. Also feels like this week was very long. Somehow it was long and short at the same time. Which is also my new Tinder profile. Hey. Okay, so this week's Factspiration question. Do we want one of the hardest questions? Do we want a tough question? Or do we want an easy question? There's also a new category called the Orpheus questions. These are brand new. They just showed up. Or do you want me to roll randomly to see what kind of question we get?
Sounds like a D4 decision.
All right, we'll roll a D4 for it. 1 is basic, 2 is hardest, 3 is tough, and 4 is Orpheus. Oh, hardest. Great. Okay. Let's see. All right. This is a great question. Entering chapter 9 of the campaign, session 100 and something in the teens. 12? Sure. 12 is a teen, maybe? Preteen? All right. What aspects of your character were pre-planned, and what others came out naturally during roleplay and the evolution of the campaign? Wow. That is a hard question. All right, so I'll post.
Start giving these to us before the session. Like,
listen. This is this recap. This recap will take
like
at least
drink a bottle of wine and take a shower and mull it over question. Like,
listen. If you don't want the Factspiration die, I understand. But you have 2 minutes to come up with an answer for this. All right. It's my understanding, apparently, that when people get interviewed, they're actually provided the questions ahead of time. I always thought that when you were interviewed, you just kind of got sat down and they just stuffed the questions, like threw the questions in your face. You had no idea what questions you were going to be asked. And that's what's happening right now. All right, so what aspects of your character were pre-planned and what others came out naturally during roleplay and the evolution of the campaign? Holy shit. All right, so think it over. If you could come up with something, share it with us after this recap. This recap not brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, because I keep forgetting to return their emails. So, sorry, Raid Shadow Legends. I'm very busy. May is a very busy time. We'll totally be sponsored by you. Just give me a second. All right. So, who would like to sum up what happened last week? It was a lot. I feel that Reset, you would not be qualified to do so, since you kind of...
I watched it all.
Oh, you watched the whole thing? Oh, man. I mean, if nobody else is willing to rise to the challenge, I would love to hear a third-person viewer account. That sounds awesome. Anybody else want the inspiration?
If no one else wants to.
I mean, you're not even going to need inspiration, right? The rest of the campaign... Easy mode.
I'll take inspiration.
All right, going once, going twice. Reset of Eregia. What happened last time on Odyssey of the Dragonlords?
All right. Well, Reset was watching this in super speed mode from some monitor far away, and basically she saw that her grandma had pretty much turned into pieces of stone, and the group was not able to fix her yet, so they decided to move on and finish up what they had left in Praxis first. So they moved to find the vault, and upon finding kind of like the entrance to the vault, stone statues of Sidon, or golems, or whatever they were, came and attacked them, and there was a whole thing with a whale not in water, paralyzing statues. Eventually, they were able to render these statues immobile for a while as PTOS made its way into the vaults, telling the group how to avoid some traps or where to be careful of not to step. There was a whole room with purple and white tiles and an orb with chains that was speaking, saying that it was a slave of Sidon. They first ignored it as Cyrus went into another room, which led to the astral plane, where basically the thing, whatever it was, that was looking for its child, came in contact with Cyrus again, and basically went through the portal thing that was there, and told Cyrus that, it's probably going to die, not being in the astral plane anymore, and that it was going to blow up. So now the group was following a timer. Cyrus decided to, as soon as he got back, run or fly to the roof via a chimney, access in Sidon's room. While this was happening, the rest of the group was waiting for PTOS to open the vault door when a Cerberus basically came out of the orb thing because they activated a trap in the room or a tile, and the Cerberus was at first not very threatening because there were no beeps, but then there were beeps after it made a mythic transition and basically began to eat Phil over and over again. I recall, or Reset recalls, hearing about some kind of pizza man that was eating pellets that PTOS was doing on the door as Phil was still wrestling with the Cerberus. Things got really tense as Cyrus got to the roof and saw two Tempest things and decided to nope out of there. After getting the child, he started making his way back to the vault as PTOS eventually managed to break through the door with the help of Hypatia, using a lot of strength. And eventually Phil and the group all made their way into the vault door, but Phil went down and was pretty much about to be killed when Pythor and Hexia busted through the side of the tower to kind of come to his aid. I guess he is kind of dead, but maybe they'll help him. The group went into the vaults, began to raid the vaults, taking as many items as they could before the star could blow up as Cyrus delivered the parent or the child back to the astral plane, and then they ran and tried to jump out the side as an explosion went behind them. Did I forget anything? I think I forgot the disintegration room.
We also grabbed the skull that was in the vault.
Yeah, the skull, which raised everyone to level 14. Oh, on their way back to on his way back to the vaults, Cyrus told Ramses and the Goldlings to go down the tower. And we may never hear from them again.
Just subliminal imaging now. Gordon Ramsay.
I did mention the whale.
Yeah, you mentioned the whale. And Gordon Ramses went down and they made their last cake. Crash might be muted.
Right. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. The session ended back on the deck of the Ultros, with Pythor uttering some cryptic words. The light inside of him glowing brighter and brighter, and then fading to dimness. His body losing color, falling with a mighty thud on the deck next to Phil, who, still bearing his innumerable injuries, woke to find the still body of his father next to him. All right, so Resets, go ahead and take your point of DM inspiration. And does anybody want to attempt to answer, now that you've had at least 2 minutes to think about it, this Factspiration question? What aspects of your character? I think at level 14, is this a D12 now? Let's see. Inspiration. Nope. At level 15, it turns to a D12. So does anybody for point of DM inspiration want to answer this one? Or not a point of DM inspiration, sorry. For a Factspiration die. See if we want to answer it. I mean, if it's too hard of a question, I understand.
I can.
Okay.
I did last week though. If someone else wants to.
Like, I can too, but I just did the recap.
Okay. No, I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so when I created Phil, the things that have stuck along according to plan, I planned him to be a womanizer. That's worked out pretty well. I planned him to be reckless, but I planned him to be much more reckless than he actually is. He's a lot more level-headed than I expected he was going to be going into it. And I think that a lot of that came off of the intelligence spike from the wheel. Something I didn't plan, which is kind of very big to his character, is the whole family story arc. Like, I knew he's going to be a demigod, but I didn't expect it to go as deep as it went.
And
yeah, that's about it.
I would see now actually come full circle.
Yeah. I didn't think that was going to be as big of a part of his story as it actually ended up being.
Nice. Okay. You may ask the same question of any NPC that you have met.
Wait, how does that make any sense?
I mean, every NPC is either planned or spontaneously spawned as necessary, or written into the adventure. But over the course of time, they evolve as a living thought construct does, into maybe more or less or something different than what they were supposed to be.
Ventus.
Ventus. Okay. So, as written, Ventus was a nasty, selfish, cruel, sadistic, greedy, Sidon supporter. Like, hardcore. Many people who were planning their games and planning to run their games were considering, and some did, cutting her completely from the adventure. Because there are kind of a lot of dragons in Odyssey of the Dragonlords, and some people are old school purists and they feel bad enough that there's evil chromatic dragons, but to have like an evil chromatic dragon that's that evil, and then you kind of have to track it down and kill it and all that jazz. Yeah. Where that deviated for me with my game is Ventus was initially just supposed to be sort of a bruiser. So she was supposed to just be shaking everybody down, causing mischief, basically just making life miserable for the people of Indigo Islands. I felt that a copper dragon good or evil would be a little bit craftier than that, a little bit sneakier than that, and so I went with the whole ability to shift into a kind of an elven form, and then trying to manipulate the different tribes to go back to their old ways of infighting and constantly warring with each other, so that they could either be weakened and unified under Sidon, or just simply would not be used in the battle that is, the battle yet to come, essentially. So that in and of itself was a big change for that NPC. Taking it from just a mean-spirited, sadistically cruel, like, bully, and trying to make it into something a bit more manipulative, a bit more sneaky. Initially, she wanted to sort of take advantage of what she viewed as Phil's soft heart, and maybe even, like, see how much information she could get for Sidon. So when she initially joined up with you guys and decided, quote unquote, apologized and made reparations for her behavior, she didn't mean it. But the longer she has been with you guys, the more and more you guys have kind of helped her turn away from that. Plus the sacrifice Astraeus made to remove the corruption from the dragons, that helped as well. So, but yeah, a lot more going on with that character than as written. I mean, as written, I think she was just supposed to be like the mini boss of Indigo Island, and then that was it. So there was definitely a lot more happening there. All right. So, good question. I had no idea which one you were going to ask about. So,
after I said it seemed ridiculous, I thought of like 6 I would have liked to ask, but I'm happy.
Well, that's what the after party is for, when everything's over. So you definitely get all the answers once the campaign's over. Write down all your questions for later.
Right now, Testicles.
Yeah, you could have asked about Testicles. You could have asked about Petios, the halfling burglar. Oh man. Oh well.
I feel like some things it's better we don't know.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I will take it. You could have asked about in a survey the #1 NPC in the campaign, Astraeus. You could have asked about him. So, I mean, some people say that originally he was planned as a player character. Who knew, right? It's crazy. All right, let me take you over to the deck of the ship, and we'll continue this fine adventure. Hold on. I gotta add some ambiance. There we go. Okay. All right. The hour is late. Perhaps the hour is early. But dark, roiling clouds storm overhead for what seems like eternity in every direction. A light rain kind of starts to pick up and fall as the Ultros makes its way away from what used to be the tower Praxis. Hexia holds the skull that you took from the vault protectively against her chest. Her attention seems torn between the skull and the lifeless form of her former husband, who lies dead next to his son. Ventus looks on in her mortal guise, the elven guise, and looks horror-struck at what she is seeing, but also selfishly relieved that Philippocles lives. The two bullbugs are holding each other and weeping softly. Annika stares on, her jaw clenched. You could hear the grinding of her teeth and the popping of her knuckles as she clenches her fists so hard that blood trickles between her fingers. Lorius sobs openly but quietly. And the three heads of Philippocles let out sad, plaintive sounds. From below decks, you hear the sound of a little piglet squealing. Kyra stares in shock at Pythor and at Phil. Phil, what do you do?
So I've just come to. What is this? I'll start. Dad, why are you here? I'll start shaking him. What's going on?
Many people, especially people that were in the tower, they look away. They don't want to meet your gaze. They don't want to answer.
Someone tell me what happened. I'm gonna medicine check my father.
Okay.
You were being torn apart by the beast, and he broke through the wall to save you.
Phil, as you are examining him, you feel a shock as sort of a lightning damage kind of goes across his form. His mouth opens, and he lets out one last raspy breath. It crackles with the promise of lightning and thunder. Instead, a small prismatic sphere drifts out of his open mouth and hovers before you. Kyra begins to weep openly, and the sound of the little piglet grows louder as it bursts onto the scene and races up, followed by an old dwarf. He rushes forward, shoulders Cyrus out of the way, and stares. His eye wide, his stance as stoic as a statue.
He came. Why do I breathe? But he does not. What is this?
Vulcan looks at the sort of glowing prismatic orb, and he says, I always knew he was a fool, but my boy, my son, why, we were so close to the end. And then Hexia says to Vulcan, Father, I'm sorry. He was using my scrying chamber to watch over Philippocles. It's like he knew, he sensed that Phil was in danger. I warned him against attacking Praxis, that it would be in violation of his oaths.
But he could not be reasoned with. I took him to the tower, and I think he knew. I think he knew the Furies would come for him. And if he was already breaking his oath, why not? Why not make it count for something even greater? He has given up his divine spark.
Vulcan and Kyra look at you, Phil, and Vulcan says,
Phil, you don't have to take it. Any second now to fly home where it belongs. You're half god, that is true, but you're still a mortal man. Taking on his domain would start to tear you apart. You shouldn't have to bear that burden. You can just let it go.
Phil's gonna
and you see it start to slowly drift, like it's getting ready to head off.
Yeah, Phil's gonna lay his father down and close his eyes. The people needed him. I can't let this go away. Not at this hour. And he'll snatch it.
Oh shit! All right, so this is rough because I did overhear a little commentary before the game started about attunement slots. So this is gonna hit you pretty hard. But in the moment that you reach for the domain, you're gonna know the following things, like instantaneously. You're gonna know if you can or should do this. So let's walk it through this. All right. So this is Divine Spark. It is a very powerful boon. But because you are not a god, it will constantly be killing you from the inside. Just your body. It's like essentially like, nuclear radiation, right? Like radiant damage. It's like nuclear radiation. Like it's gonna just constantly be killing you from within. Absorbing the domain would be an action. You do have to give up an attunement slot to attune to this domain. By doing so, you are taking on the responsibilities of this domain. This is the domain of valor, which is courage and prestige in battle, strength, and a little bit of honor, like sprinkled in.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it.
Okay. All right. We'll assume for bookkeeping, you just drop all attunement slots, and then you can figure out what to do with the 2 available ones after taking this upon yourself. The most noticeable thing that happens when you take on this domain is you may increase your strength or charisma by 2. This will allow the stat to go higher than 20.
I choose Charis strength.
So I'll give you a chance to think about that as well. The important thing is that you attune to it. If you ever break attunement to the spoon, it will vanish. As a mortal trying to wield this, you will have limited access to the powers contained within the domain of valor. The quest, trials, and tribulations to attain true godhood are not covered in Chapter 9. But they are covered in this adventure. All right. Phil glows with a divine light as you sort of like hold the domain in your hand, and it sort of just shatters. Hexia makes a horrible sound, and you realize that she is weeping. Chiros is doing that shit from like the original Pokemon movie, where they're just sort of like trying to like start his heart back up, crying on him, trying to get him to not be a stone statue anymore. It's really fucking, it's just heartbreaking. Kyra is being held by Vulcan. Vulcan is crying. It's a hot fucking mess. Kyra says, I don't understand. I burnt out my spark, but I got it back. Why didn't it return? Why wasn't I an Oathbreaker? And Vulcan just kind of looks at her and says,
Oh, you got your mother to thank for that. You're traveling through the Nyx. The thin place between worlds and realms. And you've always been a bit of a cheater.
and he kind of gives her a squeeze, and they both sort of look at Pythor, and Vulcan just falls to his knees, kind of crawls through Pythor's blood, puts his dwarf hand on Pythor's huge face, and he says,
I remember when he'd fit in my hands. You got so big, so fast. But I think in the end, you,
he turns to you and says,
grandson, I don't want you for a single moment to think any of this is your fault. This is the Titans. It always has been. And this is my fault. Because this boy right here, my boy, he's been slowly dying in Astoria, while I hid in my workshop, buried in my own grief. Did nothing to reach out and help him. It was you, Phil. You saved him. You saved him, and you redeemed him. And you redeemed her. And all of you, you redeemed me.
Bill just kind of shakes his head. The world would have been better off with him. But I'll do what I can. I don't know where we go from here.
as you say, I don't know where to go from here. You see flying down from the thunderous clouds above the winged forms of hippogriffs. Riding upon one of those hippogriffs is your ally, Reset. They come to land on the ship, and you see that with her are the leaders of the Skyhold Sirens, Harpalos and Hippodamia.
Anastasia runs over to Rosette and doesn't ask, she just hugs her. So good to see you.
I guess I came at a pretty awkward time, huh?
Yeah.
I heard on the way here.
You hear almost silent footfalls coming up the stairs. And Endis of Aresia vaults over this hippogriff and publicly displays affection, wrapping her arms around Rosette and crying openly.
I guess I should describe a little bit about what I look like.
Yeah.
Do you want me to send you the picture?
If you post it up in the chat, I can make it full screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just drag it?
You should be able to drag it right in.
Okay. Basically, I guess as you see her, you'll notice that she's wearing red, which is very different from the last time you saw her. Let's see. Here we go.
Oh, is it not loading for you? I got it.
It is kind of loading. Oh, there we go.
All right.
Her hair is long. She still has the horns from before, but probably the most notable changes would be, well, the red, the dress that Astraeus, I believe, helped buy when she first got the crown of the Dragonlords. You notice that the flowers in her hair are no longer the night fades. And she is holding, she kind of has a banner sort of thing with a symbol that you would recognize to be Valus's.
Endis realizes what's happening and pulls away, as if you are a hot stove.
Hypatia would just kind of, like, swallow hard and say, nice look, suits you, and give a bro nod.
I'm gonna kind of look at Hypatia and see if try to make an insight to see if I can tell if it would be a good idea to go in for a hug, considering what happened.
A hug would probably be a bit much, but maybe a handshake.
I nod in approval, as a hug is awkward for a Norwegian, and I do not look at Endis. I'll hold out my hand into this 5-foot square.
I will shake it within the 5-foot square.
Phil, you hear the heavy, muscled footsteps of your sister Enika approaching. She looks down at Pythor, and her face is a storm of emotion. She says, I was supposed to kill you. I spent my whole life training. I turned away from the gods because my hatred for you was so strong. And then it wasn't. And then I feel like I only got to have you for such a short time. You stupid Malaka. And she storms away.
Yeah, Phil takes in her words and they make it hit a bit harder, but he's trying to be as stoic as possible. He really just doesn't know how to handle this.
Vulcan looks to you, Phil, and he puts a hand on your shoulder, and he says, they'll be coming for him soon enough. You can't afford to fight him, Phil. We have a bigger fight now. You understand? We'll bring his body back to Mitros, so Valis can say her proper goodbyes. But his spirit is forfeit.
But Sidon had already
Take 'em.
surrendered the tower. We had already taken it. Sidon had left. He left the tower to Thylea, and we defeated her. The tower was ours.
Kyra looks at you, and with tear-stained eyes, she smiles, and she says, you've probably figured out by now. Breaker of the wheel. That you guys have never really had to follow the rules. That's part of what made you perfect for Versi's prophecy. But we idiots that didn't know any better, were backed up against the wall. We made the devil's deal. And we spent 500 years paying it.
Where will they take his spirit?
Vulcan says, I imagine to the Isle of Oathbreakers.
There must be a way to send him to Elysium, to his mother. It's where he deserves to be.
Aye. I don't think there's a single soul in all of creation that wouldn't enjoy Elysium more than this oaf right here. But Sacrifices have to keep being made, it seems.
And as he says that, he's not looking at you, and he's not looking at Pythor. He's staring at the skull clutched against Hexia's chest.
Feels like the sacrifices never end.
And that is when he notices a woman in the back of the crowd who is no longer a woman. And he just stares in disbelief at Nephili. And he just starts to weep. And Kyra notices her, and Kyra actually just faints.
Catch with the wing.
Okay, yeah, you
Smooth.
catch her. Okay.
Oh, that's right. I made that religion check. Shit.
And Hexia looks at the skull and looks at Nephili and says,
You're not my mother. But you're also not my mother. What treachery has Sidon born into this world?
and you see like poison just begin to like come out of all her pores. Scales are like lifting up, like venting poison. Like it's real bad.
Hexia, it's okay. We saved her from Sidon's tower.
It will never be okay. I intended to stand aside and watch you fools fight it out and just enjoy the aftermath, but no. This has taken things too far. Sidon will pay for this, and any who stand with him will have their flesh stripped from the bone. Father, I wish to return this where it belongs. I will join you when the battle begins.
And Vulcan nods. And Hexia leaps off the ship into the air and flies off.
I give Vulcan a what was that all about look.
Or it's an adopted daughter.
Yeah,
know, that's
not what I
kinda
was talking
fun.
about.
That's kind of funny there, look at Phil. Seems you and your dad have quite a bit in common.
And he just kind of, his lip starts to quiver. And you see tears just streaming down his well-worn face. And he looks at you, Hypatia, and he says,
Oh, don't worry. It's almost time. You're gonna know everything very, very soon. And it seems even I have things I need to learn about.
Fullbug rushes forward.
Phil, I'm gonna say something that's gonna be a really dumb idea, but if he's dead and Anne has to go to the Oathbreaker Island, we could just go back to the Nether Seas real fast to get him. We could just make Lutheria give him back, right?
Oh, I don't know, my friend.
I'll just quietly say I don't think we have time, Bulldog.
She wanted me to pull her ship. I could pull her ship in exchange for Pythor.
Is there a way to hide him from the Furies? Hypatia? Surely we must be able to get him where he belongs.
Hypatia, it's your understanding that as enforcers of the rules and will of Thylea, who is the land and the world, that would be very difficult. And doing so would essentially send the ticket up the chain to the next level of enforcement.
No, Phil. I don't think we can.
You heard him. You heard Grandpa. He said we can break the rules. So let's break them.
Well, we promised we'd knock Lutheria off her throne, didn't we?
I refuse to let her have her way with him.
Brissette, based on what you know of the situation in Mitros, there's absolutely no time for that.
If Lutheria is who you want, then our time will come. I believe she will show up at the battle. Sidon is already on his way. And I came here.
When did you get here?
Just a while ago, Phil. I came from Mitros. It's not good over there. We don't have much time.
Pyra's eyes flutter open. She looks up at your eyes, Anastasia. She says, "Oh, Anna, I had the worst dream. I dreamed that Pythor died and that I saw my..." And she kind of looks over. She sees Nephili, and she passes out again.
Yes, and it's okay. You can go. Okay. I was gonna say, you go back to sleep. Okay.
Ventus stares down at Pythor's body and at Phil, and you can see that she is desperately trying to put feelings into boxes, compartmentalize. But she seems to be frozen on the spot.
I'm gonna kind of take pity on her. I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna ask her if she would fly me over to where the ruins of Praxis are, so that I can just look and see if the Titan is still there or if he was destroyed in the explosion.
Okay. She kind of snaps out of her trance, and she says, of course.
Hop on.
Then the two of you kind of fly off. Nessa, it's not really in a flying mood. Nessa kind of canters up to you, Cyrus, and says,
I feel like I'm gonna be really busy for a while.
I'm sure. Yeah. Pythor touched many of these people's lives. I have a feeling he's not the first we're going to lose in all this.
she looks down at you, and she says, I guess you're hovering, so she looks into your eyes. And she says,
That's a really hard thing to hear. It's something I've always known. And I just let that knowledge empower and enhance every day that I've gotten to travel with you. Because for me, every day feels like borrowed time, like a gift.
It is. We're never promised any time in this world. That's why you have to be thankful for what you have. Anybody who goes around risking their lives fighting creatures, you kind of accept that. Otherwise, you just go crazy.
I want to tell Phil that I'm here if he needs to talk, but I know he wouldn't like that.
He knows. He's surrounded by family right now. But in his own time, if he needs you, he'll come to you.
all right. So slowly, people kind of give, Phil and Vulcan, Bullbug, everybody some space. Sensing that she's having a negative impact on things, Nephili takes flight for a bit. Staying within sight of the ship, but also kind of flying freely for the first time. Maybe ever.
Now there's someone who's probably going to need your help. Talking to Nessa.
She already has her clipboard out.
Maybe you can catch up with her and talk to her. Just take it slow. She's been through a lot. They had her in a very despicable situation.
I'm gonna let her enjoy her time, but I'll keep an eye on her.
All right.
If if it feels appropriate, I don't know situation really. Ben is just gonna start to softly sing a song about a valorous warrior that is coming home from the war, and everyone celebrating him, and that's gonna some might be from Mitros, some might be from Astoria. Just kind of just does that a little bit. If it's appropriate, if it's not, then she doesn't. I just don't know.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate.
Yeah, like a old warrior finally coming home from the war that he was fighting. Coming home to his family. All that.
Hypatia's glad she's elsewhere right now, or else she would have to publicly cry.
Okay. So I guess I will assume then that each of you takes some time to sort of process what happened. Kind of figure out your next move.
Well, Reset said really stuck with Phil because he's a very duteous individual, and the people of Mitros need him. So he'll spend his time paying his respects.
Okay.
And once everyone's kind of finished, he'll kind of wrap up the body.
Your father, in addition to being a living god amongst the people, was also a guy of the people. He would row alongside the crew, and what could be more incredible for a mortal than to see your living god sit beside you and perform hard labor for a common cause. So one by one, the crew comes up to pay respects and offer prayers. They look from him to you, and you could feel the weight of their belief. Some faltering, some full of trepidation and hope that you will be able to carry on this role. Already you can hear, not clearly, but the endless whispered prayers of the crew, and perhaps soon of the world.
Gonna be on his shoulders.
All right, Hypatia. When you fly overhead and look down, you see sort of a heart-wrenching sight. Below the surface of the water, you can see the remains of a massive stone man. Only the abdomen down remains.
I would just sigh deeply and tell Ventus to take us back home. Back to the ship. Nothing to be done here.
I mean, his spine's still there. Maybe he'd like that anyway. I don't know.
I
know
mean,
it's
yeah,
probably
you
kinda
have
silly.
you have the staff. I mean, if you wanna like dramatically how you train your dragon, do a fucking sonic dive down into the ocean and give him a crack across the back. You certainly can.
I mean, would that hurt him worse?
I don't know.
I think I wouldn't. I think I would
No.
wait to speak with the other Titans to tell them what happened.
Hmm.
And if it would be best if we go back and do that.
All right. So, as you head back to the ship, away from everyone else, Ventus asks you, "Will I be that sad when we kill Sidon?"
I don't know, but I don't think so. You didn't. Well, these things are always complicated. I didn't really get along with my parents either, but I don't know that it certainly wouldn't feel good to kill them. So, no, I don't think you'll feel the same. But I don't think that it will feel good either.
What is wrong with my mother that she haunts the false gods so?
I don't know exactly. Vulcan wouldn't tell me, but I think I am guessing that she reminds them of someone they once knew. Perhaps that, I don't know, Sidon kidnapped or used in some way. Perhaps it is Nephili's mother. I don't know. Perhaps they're worried that this person, well, dragon, I guess, that they knew was used the same way Nephili was.
This is all much more than I ever wanted to think about. I'm not like you, Hypatia.
Don't be so sure. I don't think I wanted to think about it either. I like math, you know. There's an answer.
I like treasure.
Treasure's nice.
Did you get anything good from the tower?
Actually, yeah, we did get some good stuff, but I haven't really had a chance to look at it yet. You know,
I'm
it's
not
been very
used.
dramatic.
I'm not used to the whole grieving and emotional support. How long do we have to wait before we can look at all the treasure?
I mean, I don't know. I think we could do it now.
You don't
I'm
think
maybe
that
not
would be
the.
insensitive?
We should probably ask Nessa. I don't actually know the answer.
Oh, she scares me.
Yeah, she kind of scares me too.
All right. If you have no other questions or no counter questions for Ventus,
No.
you guys return to the ship. All right.
I know Vulcan's got family time, but if I could find him alone, I have a question for him. Like, I wouldn't want to do it in front of everyone.
Oh yeah. More than likely, it's gonna go late. Well, I think it's actually almost midnight. Oh my God, is it really almost midnight on Ilfarian? It's calendar. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, dang nabbit! This new calendar. Hold on. How do I open it up? I'll get it in a second. Hold on. Let's see.
I'm
Oh.
working on it.
Oof. Well, that's a very important date. Okay. All right. So, time passes. And in a way, time sort of stretches. In so much as Phil and Vulcan, and Enika, and Bullbug, and Kyra stand by Pythor's body, which they kind of put onto a nice. They clean it up and they put it onto a nice sort of like, I don't want to say a pyre, but a resting place, a platform, as it were, so that the people of the ship can come and pay homage and respect. It feels like it takes hours. For Phil, it probably feels like it takes an eternity. But soon, the people of the ship have kind of gone back to work, and the rain continues to fall. Again, looking off in every direction, it seems as if the world is about to be consumed by a storm. A storm maybe even greater than the one you encountered when you first came to Mitros. Kyra finds Anna and embraces her and says, time's almost up.
Yeah.
I need you to know that Anna, if I could have told you the truth, I would have told you 1,000 times. 1,000 times a day. I would have told you more times than you told us about your family. I only lied because I had to. But the thing that I never lied about is how I feel about you. But I understand if when the truth comes out, you can't love me anymore.
Kyra, I don't think that's possible. I don't think.
Don't say that until you know. No one could love a monster. Not like me. And she, not like, you know, Speed Force fast, but she rushes away.
Should I reaction grapple? Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, you could try, sure. Her acrobatics only a plus 12 now, so.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you can get her.
Go for it. Okay. Yeah.
What?
You like reach your hand out after she's
Yeah,
already gone.
I get the dust cloud that kind of represents.
Yeah,
her.
the after image, yeah.
Sure.
Vulcan walks past you and says,
Thank you for everything, Anna. I have hope. You're one of the biggest hopes I have. Now, a region! What say ye of Mitros and my daughter? My other
I have a
daughter,
lot to report.
the taller one.
I have a lot to report once everyone is ready. We can begin
So,
making plans.
given the time, I'd prefer we just have the meeting outside.
All right. Right here.
Yeah. You there, Shoo! Get out of here! Oh, Graxis, you could stay. But you two, you look like a pair of testicles. Get out of here.
You
Shameful.
could be like, but I don't think Chandras has had time to prepare his presentation. I'm gonna wave Chandras over. Like, you might have to hurry.
For a presentation. Wait, I don't have any of the intel about Mitros. I was supposed to make a presentation?
I mean, don't you like to?
I do, but I can't. How about I listen in,
You-
and then I'll make another presentation based on the first presentation.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
I'd really enjoy that.
Oh, of course, yes. After all, I want nothing more than to see you heroes succeed.
All right. Is
I'm
everyone here?
gonna ask Annika to like kind of wrap up Pythor's
"Oh
body
yeah.
and like
So
place
there's
where
a
he's
there's a
not
blood
can
clean
be seen.
there's a blood clean button. It's a little droplet with a line through it. It's per user though, so you've got to like kind of do it yourself. They take him down. They give him his own quarters, the whole deal. So the piglet goes with him. Piglet's not gonna leave. There we go.
I'll gentle repose him to keep him fresh.
Okay. Medicinal.
Yeah.
All right. Lorius and Nessa are helping people deal with their grief counseling. They're off grief counseling. Philippithres refuses to leave Philippocles' side.
Give him scratches.
I'm gonna ask Endis to help these two. Kind of just station the Griffith.
Oh, yeah.
first. Yeah.
And just looks at you and says, of course. It's good to see you again, Reset.
I'll give her a fist bump.
Graxis leans against the mast, and you see Dianthus come out of the mast. Bullbug and Bullbug cautiously peek like two children that were told to go to bed on movie night, but they've snuck down and they're watching the movie from behind the couch, even though they're supposed to be in bed.
Hashtag my Titanic experience.
My goodness. Oh yeah,
The Skyhold siren looks around. Where did everybody go? And then awkwardly they fly off.
I definitely summon soul. And,
Okay.
it was too long, friend. Oh, hold on.
Oh, you going for the big soul?
No.
Oh, okay.
A new soul.
Oh, right. This is baby soul. There we
It's
go.
Baby soul, yeah. And it's only been it was far too long, friend.
All right. Everybody looks over at Dimitri, who's in his brooding spot. Do you want Dimitri to leave?
He
Forgot about
he can
him.
come go.
So
We
he
could
can
have
stay, or
really
he
used
should.
him in the
He can stay, or
tower.
he should go. All right, he's gonna go row.
He's-
He's gonna go row. It's fine.
Okay. Is that everyone?
Kyra
we
stands
need?
way off to the side. Ventus kind of stands over here because nobody told her to leave.
No, I'm gonna pull her in to stand next to me.
Oh, okay.
And we probably need Moxena. She gotta, pilot the ship into Mitros.
Oh, okay. All right. You guys gonna ring Valis to get Ghost Valis up in here? Or
Yeah.
oh, okay.
I mean, I can start it and then
Yeah.
maybe bring her later. Okay. Right. It's been a while. As you can see, I've been in Mitros for a while, but I spent the past few days in Skyhold, so some of my information might be a little out of date. I made my way here as fast as I could when I realized that you were all taking down Praxis. My intel isn't, all perfect, so I don't know exactly what happened in there, but I can see that there were a few losses, and I can imagine that there were also a lot of victories, as I've heard that Sidon is already on his way, and that he left early.
I'm sorry, but we
yeah,
couldn't protect your grandmother.
Mm.
She came with us.
She's strong enough. She didn't need protection. She knew what she was getting into. But, kind of wish I could have said goodbye and kind of just given them the straight Arisian face. And then she's gonna start talking about what she knows. So,
Oh, do you want me to
base-
present it in like a bulleted list, or no, you take it. You go for it.
I
Go
have a
for it.
few.
I'll
I have a
I'll
few.
fill. Yeah, I'll fill in. That works good. Okay.
So basically, in the past few days, Sidon's forces have begun moving. I heard that Astoria is under siege by the barbarian nomads and the centaurs of the Northlands. Although Acastus wanted to send troops to help, Mitros is tied down by approaching forces. I cannot remember her name.
Anor?
Honora?
Yeah, Honora.
Anor?
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil's immediately in
You
it.
know,
Any news of Anora?
She is holding the city as long as she possibly can to buy us the time that we need. But the situation there isn't exactly the best.
Hold on, Reset. Hold on. Moxena interrupts. Astoria is under siege. Mitros is under pressure. But our guy is going to be dragged away by the Furies for punching a hole in a wall? I don't understand.
I was gonna say, how can he start a war if the Pact of Peace is still...
Oh, it's quite simple. The same way we sort of did.
He's not directly attacking.
I never told you to go beat the shit out of Sidon and blow up his house and screw over all of his plans. I just told you how nice it would be if you did. All he's had to do for 500 years is get his people excited about the idea of war.
Excuse me.
If they jumped the if they jump ahead of the queue, it's not on him. He told them they had to wait for his word to start, you see. Not his fault they got so overexcited. Now those directly under his sway, those directly empowered by him, those who fly his banners, pure and true, you'll notice those folk have been held back. But the rabble-rousers, the independent parties and factions, oh no. They've been rowdy for centuries. Just so happens they're being rowdy right now. What timing, how fortuitous for Sidon's true forces. Go on, Reset.
We also have news of trouble incoming from inland. Zakroth, the Minotaur Berserker, and his warband, who my people have had trouble with for many decades, appears to be heading towards Mitros as well. The Eurasians are already on his trail and are trying to halt his progress.
Zakros is no easy foe. He's a renowned warlord who, while he's never been able to get into the defenses of Eresia, has been a thorn in Queen Helen's side for both her reign and the reign of her mother. It's said that he traveled through the nether seas into realms beyond, and he accessed dark magics. They warped his body and corrupted his very soul. I'm sorry, Resets. Please continue. I'm just so used to giving the intel. I shouldn't have interrupted it.
No, you're good. Feel free to interrupt. His band coming from the inland is troublesome for us, as if he is able to make it to Mitros, that would allow them to basically attack from both sides. That's not all. On the naval front, many skirmishes have already started popping up from here and there. Sidon's fleet is approaching, and I don't know how many casualties we've already had. But we don't have much time left. That's all the information I have.
Vulcan takes a deep breath. Says,
Aye. That checks out with everything that I've gathered on my own. With Zakros forces attacking from the east, the centaurs of the western plains and the northern steppes making their way towards the city, the barbarian tribes keeping Astoria pinned down. And Thylea only knows what will be coming out of the old wood. And then, of course, Sidon is the master of the seas, which face Mitros all along the southern shores. They're surrounded. We're gonna need to break through their barricade, their sea wall. Moxena, what's the thing with the boats? And they're blocking the way.
It's a blockade, Grandpa.
She looks at him. Yeah, you had it right.
Sorry, there's a lot happening in here.
And he knocks on his forehead, makes like a coconut sound.
Are there any forces in the forge that could back up Astoria?
Aye. I've already sent word, but it was a hard call. You see, the dwarves and gnomes, they've been working hard to go and forge some mighty fine weapons. Selfishly, I thought of keeping them for Mitros. I feel Honora is a born leader, and with the Minotaurs you freed from slavery and sent to live with her, she has more than enough muscle and strength to endure whatever siege is coming. The small folk would hike. They were ever vigilant. They moved their people and their supplies and stores to Astoria before things got too bad.
Been preparing for this for a while.
But I have to ask you. They're en route right now, but it ain't too late. I could send the siege weapons and the elementals south to Mitros, or they could continue east to Astoria.
My recommendation would be the elementals to Astoria and the siege engines to Mitros. Mitros has to deal with the boats and constructs, whereas elementals will wreak havoc among the warring tribes and barbarians.
It's true. Imru was very happy to be let off her probation. I just hope that the fields, farmlands, and forests can survive her wrath. We need to get home. We need to get home quick. I could feel it. The hour is coming when everything changes. I want you all to know that when Versa came to me and told me she had had a vision, I didn't have much hope. A bunch of weirdos, what I thought y'all were. Or maybe I just had forgotten how to hope. But I seen you grow, and I seen you refuse to give up in the face of everything that's thrown at you. And I think we got a chance here. I think we got a good one. I know damn well my boy sure did. I'm sure by now, most of you have figured it out.
And he looks at you, Hypatia, and he says,
I know what you got from Sidon's vault. It's a risk for you to read it with your mortal eyes. But if you want to, may as well do it now.
I will absolutely do that immediately.
okay, you are going to need to make a save.
Point. Okay, it's a save. Never mind.
Because it's gonna mess you up.
Real quick, I
Can
just
I-
mentioned that we got 2 Factspirations earlier in the stream.
Oh, okay.
I also have
Oh, also, there's a custom fanspo that's been sitting around on my post-it note pile for months? Question mark. From Cadenex that can quote unquote only be used to roll advantage on a counter spell.
Oh,
Which,
I'm gonna
yeah, talk about a demure player till the end. Come on now.
activate this
also real quick,
inspiring leader.
of those 2
Okay.
inspirations,
So,
what is for Phil,
yeah,
what is for
bless.
us, so.
All right.
Thank you, fan.
If you
Appreciate
could,
you.
if you want to set up, we could set up fanspo bot to, I guess, have a specific one for Phil to track it.
Like a resource for each of us.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Hypatia, do you take the scroll?
I do.
It is old and sort of the ugliest like office stationery like yellow beige you've ever seen.
From Astraeus' world.
It is wrapped. It is wrapped with vines. The vines are evergreen. That even now you can tell that they still live, despite, you know, not having roots, not having sun, not having air. They are sealed with red wax, the color of old blood.
Well, I will carefully untie the vines rather than ripping them apart. I will break the seal and I will look at the scroll.
All right, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Is anyone gonna complain if I use the Factspiration?
No.
Okay, I'll use it. I'll use it. Okay.
Are you still up, Bucky? It's past
Oh.
midnight.
Oh shoot. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh my god.
all right. Kairos shouts out, "I don't need this shit anymore! Here, Lucky, re-roll that shit. Re-roll it. It's fine. It's fine. Be my last one."
Okay. Okay. I'll do it again.
Okay. Oof. Oh, but you had advantage.
Yeah, advantage.
Okay.
And a 4 from the
So
plus.
Hypatia,
You take another Factspiration if you want.
your eyes begin to bleed. Blood, obviously. But like a black, oily blood just begins to like leak from your eyes. Your eyes turn all black, as do the eyes of all your serpents. You feel yourself dying a little bit, as you gaze upon this document. You could feel your mind sort of fracturing from what you were reading, but your sheer stubbornness kind of pushes you through. But there may be consequences that we have to deal with later. As you look upon it, I will send you the document, and you could read it in your own voice, I suppose.
Okay.
All right. If the the typography is not great. I think I have the written version, but I think it's pretty legible.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'll say, oh, it's the Oath of Peace. I give everyone a significant look. And, like, quietly, like, wipe a really weird black tear away. Be it known to all, and to everyone it may concern, or to whom in any manner it may belong, that for many years past discord and war has been stirred upon Thylea between the gods and the Titans. I'm gonna pause. Nice wording. May this oath of peace be sworn between the esteemed Imperial Titans and the new gods. Esteemed, really? By this-
keep going.
Okay. By this oath, no war shall be waged between the gods and the Titans. The gods and Titans will not cause violence or war against the other party, or those sworn to serve them, or those they protect, except to defend themselves or their followers. The Titans will not take vengeance from the war upon the mortals of Thylea. By this oath, the Titans shall keep their right of appeasement. The gods shall maintain and honor temples to the esteemed Titans. Ugh. And allow sacrifices to Sidon and Lutheria as it has always been. By this oath, the following part will be held secret, and the secrecy will impose itself upon all who know of it. The dragon origin of the new gods and the source of their divine portfolio will remain secret. At the end of the oath, the gods will return their stolen portfolios to Sidon and Lutheria. May this oath be upheld in blood and honor for 500 years and a day. May it be, and so it is sworn under the guidance of the Furies, as witnessed under the Golden Heart with the Oracle and a mortal soul. Blah, blah, blah. Sidon, Lutheria, Valis, Kyra, Pythor, Volca.
And as you say that, the documents sort of just crumbles. You see Kyra and Vulcan begin to glow again. And then each of them falls to their knees and cries out in pain. You watch as bat-like wings tear through the flesh of their backs, as their faces contort and extend into snouts. Their flat humanoid teeth become sharp. Their tongues loll in their mouths. Scales tear through their soft flesh. And before you, they transform and become what they always were. Below deck, you hear a commotion as the interred remains of someone's father undergo what was probably a pretty surprising transformation. Arkirania looks over at you, Anastasia, makes eye contact for but a single second, and then quickly looks away, ashamed. So, that's that. And
Hypatia is just delighted, like kind of applauds.
Yeah, Sebulcharax looks down at all of you, his adamantine scales catching what little moonlight makes it through the clouds. And he spreads his wings wide and lets out a mighty roar that carries for miles and miles and miles. He looks at all of you and he says,
Well, surprise! Though I imagine he had it figured out.
I'm gonna whisper to Hypatia. That was their secret that they were ashamed of,
Yeah, it seems pretty weird.
but they look so cool.
I know. Never tell anyone this, but I have no idea. But I'm nodding, like, yes, I knew all along.
We weren't ashamed of it. We couldn't talk about it because it was agreed upon in the oath that you just read. Excuse me. But now that you know, now that the oath is ended, our domains have made their way back to Sidon and Lutheria, that they may do as they see fit.
Did it go to them, though?
Aye, it did.
But we freed who they belong to. Both of your domains have been freed. The original Titans.
Yes, but you don't know Kentamane, do ya? A right bastard he is. He only loves strength, Cyrus. Sidon was the strongest of all his children. When he and Lutheria vanquished their siblings, he gave their domains to Sidon as a reward for being so strong. They were his, by birth and by deed. But my beautiful wife, Valmitria, Mitros to some, she stole him. She was a right clever girl, she was. While Esther was being a goddamn fool, and murdering daughters, building warships, she just went to talk, you see. And she swayed them. She played on their weakness, their unfailing confidence, and she challenged them to their own game. They squared up, as it were. And she played a good game. She was one of the best. And every time they started to lose, oh, those twins got desperate. Lutheria kept cheating. She kept burning herself out to help her sweet husband, brother win. But no, my girl, she was too good. She was too quick, too clever. And every time they cheated, she cheated them right back. She siphoned away their power, you see. One by one. And when she finally won that fucking game, she had what she needed. Oh, they were mad. They were mad. And so she made the ultimate sacrifice. She transcended. She gave up her stake in all of this. Divorced herself from this world. But in doing so, she cut the ties the Titans had to their power. And she gave it to us to keep safe. Oh, well then the Titans knew they were in trouble then. And then it was pretty easy to get them to stand down. And that's how the Oath came to be. We had no illusions that we could control these domains in a manner that would see us through to victory against the Titans. But we were damn good bluffers, that's for sure. It was hard.
He looks back at Graxis, who was once Xander.
Hard to watch our order fall apart. Hard to watch those we love fade. Hard to watch a right piece of shit bastard like Esther get all the credit. But Damon, the mortal witness, was sworn to silence. And Versi, who brokered the peace, was also made to keep it secret. These domains, they are a great burden.
And he looks down at you, Phil.
We were terrible gods, but not by our own account. It was a struggle to hold the power for so long. It starts to eat away at you. Even beings of immortal elemental strength, such as dragons, are dragged across the coals of eternity by such power. I suspect now those Oresians are in for quite a surprise. What with my beautiful boy coming back into his true form. And sweet Valis. Always the icy queen. Now a silver queen, ready to protect her people. No matter the cost. I'm sure you have many questions, and we would answer them.
And with that, let's take like a 5-minute break. 5 or 10 minute break?
I was about to suggest that too.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Alright, how many of you knew?
I didn't know there were dragons. I knew that their power was getting taken away, but now it makes a lot more sense why, for my level 12 boosted feat, I got offered Draconic ability, and I was like in my brain, man, do you really think I'm
Do I have an
Maybe
STD?
Does he think
That's what I said. I said when I was streaming, making those feats, I said, so if Phil hasn't figured it out, he's probably gonna be like, "Damn, dude, did I get an STD? What the fuck you think's going on here, man?" Yeah.
I tried giving you that hint so hard that for some that she looked like your mom in her human form.
Yeah, but I
It's
mean,
just it looks exactly like your grandma. It's only because I made that one really good insight check. Or was it history? Religion. One of the two.
yeah, I think I failed my check pretty hard. Classic.
So what were their names? We got Art, Arcur.
Yeah, can we get all 5 names?
Yeah.
Wait, we're on break. Take your break and give them one.
Sure, but I'll post them into chat. All right. Then I'm gonna go grab something to drink.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yes, Hypatia will tell all of you that she knew all along, but she definitely did not. She is not very good at deception, so you would probably figure it out.
I mean, you probably found out at one point, but not this lifetime or cycle
Yeah.
or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
By the way, did you guys see that TikTok I linked?
I didn't watch it, no.
The cat has a third eye in its forehead.
Huh.
Like, legit mutation.
Those are fun. There was a video of a dog a while back who had another mouth in its ear. That was weird.
So yeah, I guess next we gotta figure out what these items do.
I'm ready to identify them after we take a nap. For 8 hours. I'm
Now
mad it
explains why I
wasn't a
wanted
spell.
Sorry.
I wanted it to be a spell, not the oath of peace. No, I'm kind of mad, but it's okay. It was good.
Now we understand when to have it outside.
I bet you thought it was like 10th level badges or something.
Yeah.
So that was Mitro's skull. Damn.
Yeah, I'm happy we got it.
Yeah.
Wasn't, like... I might be misremembering this, but wasn't Balmetria Astraeus' dragon?
It seems like these were the Dragonlords dragons. The original Dragonlords dragons.
Yeah.
Because they talked about WoW.
I think it was, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what I remembered, but it was a really long time ago.
Which just makes this even more amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
I knew something was up, but I had no idea it was this. So, I'm pleasantly surprised.
I wonder how he got the skull. Wouldn't that be breaking the Oath of Peace?
If she died while she was still with them, which it sounds like she did, then I guess they would have her body.
Well, she sacrificed herself before the Oath of Peace, but
Yeah.
it seems like he went and took her skull from Telemon.
Maybe.
Maybe because they're not of this realm, their remains aren't quite as sacred.
Is this official art, or is this from the book, or is this?
I don't know.
That's
Wow.
because I've definitely never seen these dragon pictures.
honestly, I can't wait to see the other dragon arcs. This is geeking out
Yeah.
over here.
Yeah.
It's so cool. So
Well,
fucking
From the book, right?
OOC, I feel a lot better about taking that Divine Spark now that I know the Dominion won't go to Sidon.
Yeah.
yeah, but you're gonna carry that way.
Phil's whole journey has been sacrificed.
Yeah. No, absolutely, 100%.
Are you back, Phil? Are you still back?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay. All right. Guess we're all back.
Oh, so Crash, the dragon art, are they from the book?
No. These were meticulously harvested over the past 2 years. In fact, Archurania, I could not find one that I liked in the colors that I liked, so I had to heavily Photoshop this one to get the general colors and look that I was going for.
Yeah, because this one looks crazy.
Oh, yeah, Vulcan. Yeah. That's Sepulchrax. Yeah. No. Sadly, in the adventure, they don't provide any art of the dragon gods as dragons, which is a little sad. But
That sucks.
yeah. That's okay, because we got a really good community of DMs that work super duper hard to make an already good adventure even better. So. Alrighty. We will resume. With Sepulchrax saying that you must have many questions, and he has answers.
So,
I have a question. Mighty Simple Cracks.
Mhm.
Should I rename my shield?
No, that shield was made by Vulcan. It should bear his name.
Could you upgrade it to bear your name?
He narrows his eyes.
Are you hoping that I could upgrade it now that I'm not the god of craft?
Yes.
Hammers are very hard to use with the claws. We have a whole new setup and tool.
He's like, I'm gonna put it honestly. I don't want to build anything for a while. Just a pile
Okay.
of corpses out of Sidon's followers.
You know, I'm okay with that.
so I'm half dragon.
Oh,
Is that-
so, that's a
How's
great
that
question.
work?
Yeah, your father and I often wondered about that. When we were like, oh, do you think when the oath ends, there's going to be a whole lot of surprised people when they suddenly turn into half dragons. But over the years, there's been a few dragonborn, you might call them. A normal phenomenon in the world once we came, but here they earned the title honestly. But no, you have the blood of dragons and gods. I have no doubt.
Oh, oh my god, you're a half god, half dragon. Try breathing, Phil.
Phil takes a deep breath.
Alas, you did not choose that epic.
Oh man.
I did it now.
What I'm gonna do?
I'm
Oh,
happy
man.
with how things have worked out.
All right, fair
Um,
enough. being
I
the
still take
embodiment
a
of
deep-
Constitution score? I mean, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah. I still take a deep breath and I blow it on Ventus to see if anything happens.
She smells your breath and she says, "Delicious."
I'm going to.
And then she
hold
says,
on,
"Wait a
let
minute,
me-
wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You," and she points to Arcarania. "You were at the resort. You were on Indigo Island, and you had true sight. You knew I was a dragon the whole time. A dragon just like you." Why didn't you just tell everyone right away? Why didn't you just rat me out? And Arcarania looks over at you guys, and she says, "Well, I didn't really want to. I wanted. I know what it's like to make mistakes. To have so much power and be reckless with it. I wanted to make sure that you had a chance to try and make right on your wrongs. Also, full disclosure, we're magical beings. We could sound however we want. I'm not going to sound like a dragon. I really like just sounding like myself. So if you were expecting a weird dragony voice, you're not going to get one. Just throwing that out there.
So, was Helios part of your group?
Oh, now that's a good question. Helios came here long before the Dragonlords ever did. And Helios was... well... he was a gold dragon. That carries a lot of weight. Gold dragons, in most stories, represent everything good and just in the world. Helios, I think, always sort of just flew on his own path. He found his way here by accident. He befriended a very powerful being. Soon grew jealous of her power. By the time the Dragonlords came, that whole play had already played itself out. We were unaware of his treachery. He welcomed us with open arms, and we viewed him as an ally. But when we needed him, when we called upon him to do battle against the Titans, he turned away from us. Much as my wayward son did. His heart gave way to cowardice.
Does that mean he's turned back into a dragon too?
Oh, yes. A fine specimen he always has been. It truly makes sense that he would inherit the domain of beauty.
Okay.
Oh, Nephili then. And how did that skull end up where it did?
That skull. It's the skull of my wife.
I thought so.
It was taken from her tomb. Brought to Praxis. There, Sidon and his artificers, his magi, unlocked secrets of creating their own Valmetria. about Nitria they could control. Or at least one they thought they could control. From her, they birthed a race of hateful, unnatural beings. No offense, girl. And he puts a hand on top of Ventus's whole body, shoulder, head area. You're one of the good ones, as are the babies. Now that you got that foul corruption removed.
But isn't that tomb raiding? How did they not get cursed?
Simple enough. Lutheria likely visited dreams upon any who would seek the favor of Sidon. Inspired by such fancies, they committed the crimes, proffered the goods to Sidon. The wording of the oath is a bit vague, but the active intent seems to be the key. Like when my boy got overexcited and defiled that statue at the volcano. There's a certain line that we can see, that we always can see.
No,
And we try our best to dance around it.
not that oath. The grave robbing oath.
Oh,
Yeah,
well again,
yeah.
I'm sure the individuals who took it starved to death, became hungry souls.
I'm gonna have a word with the Fates when I see them, because it was the whole thing that you can't, not the Fates, the Furies, because you can't accept the stolen goods either. It's the same thing would happen.
Perhaps he never took ownership of it. Perhaps he just held it in his vault while they studied it. That is the problem with making deals with the beings who were there when the deal-making rules were laid down. These two, these twins, they've tried to cousin you in ever since the beginning, as they have fooled the world. But your eyes have always remained open, your ears wide for the truth. You know that they are nothing but lies and treachery, poisoned wind. But they do it well. But now, words are over, and we will test their might instead. And mighty you have all become. And know this, we fly to battle with you.
And then like a tutorial menu pops up, and it says, your DM has already run a high-level game with dragon mounts. He ain't going down that action economy road again. However, the dragons that you have allied can be used as boons. Essentially, if you opt to ride a dragon into battle, you gain benefits that basically change and alter the way your character works without fucking up everybody's action economy and making every combat round take 45 minutes.
You saying we all can't have 3 legendary actions? It worked out so far.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do you remember that outer space battle with like...
I never forget
like,
it.
Yeah, okay.
And God was like, no, I won't take it.
Yeah, the one guy was like, no, I don't want to be a legendary dragon. Up yours, Bahamut. Yeah, yeah. So, how it works is legendary mount boon will add a movement type, more than likely an 80-foot fly speed, to your available movement. You can spend half your movement to change your size. So you're either considered yourself, your whatever size you normally are, or the size of the dragon that you are riding. So you can kind of change your size. When you increase your size to dragon size, it will increase your melee reach. And of course, also the size of auras that you emit and all that kind of shit. So being big is actually pretty dope. Especially if these are big battles fought outside. Winky face. Each dragon mount has an active ability, a passive ability, and an ultimate ability. When you are riding upon a legendary mount, if you would drop to 0 hit points, instead you drop to 1. This ability supersedes all the other, if you drop to 0, you instead drop to 1, so you do want to keep track of this. But you are forced to dismount, and you can no longer gain the benefit of the mount for that encounter. So basically, the mount has to kind of fly off and recuperate lest it be killed, right? I will put it out there. If the attack that would have dropped you to 0 would have actually just killed you, as you have seen, there are effects that do that. Instead, your legendary mount will be killed instead, or destroyed. So just can keep that in mind. But yeah, Hexia is available. Sepulchrax is available as a mount. Valus will actually be available as a mount. Nephili, Ventus, and Archurania. So yeah, and they all have different abilities based on their personalities and dragon typing. So, anyways, tutorial over. Boop. And so he says,
Yes, we will be joining you in battle. No more will we have to stand by and watch.
Well, we definitely need to send word to Helios and the other Titans to meet us at Mitros.
Aye. This is true.
Valus is taking care of all of that. We told her about it in our last.
Well, I think we have enough forces assembled that we'll be able to slam this Ultros right through any sea barricades that get in the way. But we are a few days out. More is like when we reach Mitros, the war will be well underway. We need to do everything we can to prepare in the meantime. And again, if you have any questions, it feels good to be able to speak the truth after so long.
What? One of the Titans was able to transport us out of the underworld with just a blink of an eye. Any chance they could teleport us to Mitros?
Well, it was more like he picked up your boat and he jumped out of a whirlpool into another whirlpool. I wouldn't really call that the blink of an eye, Cyrus, but I mean, if you're hoping someone can teleport this whole boat back to Mitros,
he just kind of shrugs.
Okay.
Now you're high-level characters. You could leave the Ultros behind if you want to get back earlier. And that would give you more time to prepare in Mitros versus having to make preparations on the way to Mitros. But right now, your ship is fighting the worst weather and the worst seas it's ever encountered, because this dude is going hard to basically slow your guys' approach to Mitros.
Yeah, we do have a few hippogriffs here, and 2 dragons, so... we
Four.
could-
I elbow over his head in the ribs. It's right here.
Two more dragons, okay.
All right, you see landing on the the sails and the mast. Nephili has returned. Kyra gazes up at her with a haunted look on her face. Oh, sorry. Arcurania.
So, do we rest and head out in the morning?
Yeah.
How do we want to play this?
I can rest, and then I believe I have a lot of rowing to do.
Arcurania
will
says,
be
"Well, if we're not
morning."
leaving now, I'll be back."
Hey!
And she just, oh, okay, she, and then she falls into the water, and then she glubs. Then she fights a giant squid, and then she climbs back onto the boat. Yeah.
This is literally this whole time, Anastasia's just staring at her.
I got you this. She hands you a giant squid tentacle.
Puts it out. She like just pushes it away. Gets closer.
You can see Arcurania's body tenses up, as if she is ready to flee. I told you. Monster.
Anastasia rolls her eyes.
No, not a
There's-
monster because I'm a dragon. A monster because I rode with Esther into battle against the Geigens. It was my breath, my acid, that melted them alive. I laughed as they fled from us. I helped him genocide those people. But then, when all the warriors were gone, it wasn't enough for him. He went after the children. And I couldn't stop him. I was powerless. I watched those people get exterminated, Anna. And I helped. And I stood by, and I did nothing. And every night, when I close my eyes, I am back there. And I hear the screams. And I smell the sizzle of melting flesh and bone. And I see horrors. No one could love someone like me. And no one should. I even knew what he planned to do to Astreus. And he convinced me that it was the right thing to do. That Astreus, his heart was too soft. That he was going to cost us everything. That there was a time for peace and a time for war. And I didn't stop him. And I kept his secret. You see? Do you see now?
Anastasia nods. I do. And what you need to understand. I've always felt this and I always will. Anyone can change. Everyone deserves a second chance. You have to forgive yourself. Because I forgive you. No matter what form you take, whatever you choose to call yourself, Archeon, Archerania, or Kyra. Is that I love you, no matter what. And that's all there is to it.
She starts to like heave, like she's like going to be sick, and her body just kind of like trembles. As she kind of just turns away and just hides her face with her very long neck under her wing. And her whole body kind of shakes from tears and sobs.
You deserve peace.
From the safety of her wing fortress, she says, I tried to get peace when I burnt myself out, trying to help you against Esther. I thought I finally could put down my guilt, put down the weight of it all, go out in a blaze of glory, taking that bastard with me. But I know now, firsthand, the fates are cruel. I found my way back to you. And back to those memories. But Anna... And you see her head kind of like slither back out from underneath her wing. You make the good memories. Those are the ones that I've been holding on to. Those are the ones that help me get through every day. Ever since I held your spleen in my hand and tried to figure out where it was supposed to go inside your body. That was sort of a weird one to pull from the past, but that's the first one that came to mind. I don't know.
I fly up to her.
Mm.
I wrap my arms like around her snout and like pull her forehead to my forehead.
Aw.
And I just, I just hold her. And I go, shh.
And then, very slowly, she fans her wings and kind of wraps them around you.
It's gonna be... I don't think I can beat you in a race now, though. You're really... Wings are really big.
I have a homebrewed speed. I'm way faster than a normal dragon.
Actually, I think I might have a chance.
Well,
Okay.
ready, set, go, and she flies off.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. I activate. I activate my soul bangle.
She has a flight speed of 120.
Holy shit. Okay. So
Anna.
What? What was
I
it?
think I can help you beat her. I can go faster than her.
No, I just fly off. I got this. And then I'm gonna activate the soul bangle, and for alacrity. And this is my I haven't got a chance to use it very much since I got it, but this is very important. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Soul bangle. Yeah, spirit of alacrity. And so while I'm attuned to it, all forms of movement are tripled, and then additionally I can cast haste on myself once per day without concentration.
Jesus Christ.
So I go
okay.
90, and then I double it with haste.
Oh. Yeah, I mean you would eventually overtake her. Alright, so you guys have an incredible flight sequence through the pouring rain above the roiling seas. And as you kind of zoom past her, a red and orange streak through the dark sky, you see her smile. On the flight back, she says, well, if we're getting married, I need to let you know, I'm a lot of work. I've been told I'm a lot, so.
I think I can handle it.
Also, I could still turn back into my super cute, adorable human form. So, you know, variety, options. We got it all now. Now, Phil, I'm assuming you went downstairs to check on your father's remains?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So, before he was Pythor, he was Raspirathor. These guys were very good at coming up with fake names. Very good. So, Raspirathor was basically Thor if he was a dragon. He was a party dude, and he was a brewer, and he was essentially a Valor Bard dragon in the order of the Dragonlords. And he had the, of course, the sexiest and most beautiful of all the Dragonlords was his rider. Good times, good stuff. He, however, eventually fell in love with his adopted sister, Hexia. Hexia was a green dragon from the same world that the Dragonlords came from. In that world, green dragons were by far the most clever, treacherous, manipulative, and enchanting of all dragons. As if to limit them, the gods saw fit that they would never be able to change their shape. So when the gods had to disguise themselves and had to assume this new form, Hexia did not go with them. She was jealous. That there was no divine spark for her, essentially. That they would give it to the cowardly baby, who was Oristanar, and not to her. That they would leave her behind. Everyone would figure it out if she was around. A dragon in plain sight with the 5 gods, it'd be too easy to figure it out. She felt betrayed. She felt abandoned. She felt cut out. And without the nurturing and love of her chromatic family, she gave in to the baser instincts of her green dragon heritage. And, well, the rest is history. She's got worse and worse as her jealousy and hatred just stewed for centuries. But it's understandable why she fell for him, because damn, as far as dragons go. So there he is, looking so happy. And this is him, Bruin, back in the day.
Is that his rider?
Oh no, that's just some bimbo he picked up at the bar. So
He's chunky.
You think the beer's good here?
so now you know historically he's always had a dad bod. So
That's amazing. Cheesy
now,
potatoes.
with yeah, he's always had a weakness. Always had a weakness for cheesy potatoes. Knowing what was to happen, Vulcan did have the body put down in the hold with the essentially the stores and the sacrificial animals and stuff like that, so that, you know, it could be removed from the ship easily once you guys got to port, sort of thing. But yeah, he is quite a specimen as you sort of walk the length and breadth of his still body.
I could have gotten the chance to see that in combat.
Did we try the Scroll of Resurrection? Just saying.
Python. Well, he's gonna be.
The soul's trapped on the island, I think.
Okay, just
I don't think they've come yet, but I think that.
Yeah, because he broke the oath.
You have a history with them, and also you blew up their rental, so they're kind of like probably trying to simmer down before they come see you guys, because, you know. Yeah.
okay. I would be kicking myself if I didn't say it. So.
Oh no, yeah. All right. So, yeah. So Volcarax definitely wants to fly because he missed his dragon body, so he kind of flies off for a bit. And Archirania doesn't actually like, or seem to like, her dragon body very much at all. So she reassumes her Kyra persona. And seems much more confident and much more just comfortable, you know? Like, this is who she wants to be and who she maybe always was.
I have a question.
Right. Anastasia whispers something to her, but it's far too spicy for the stream.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Spicy, like from the lady that that drew her art right here. That's oh no, I can't get it to pop up. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. It's Kyra. It's
You're-
always been Kyra.
Wah! There we go. All right. What is the question, Rosette?
When Hexia and Pythor came, did they bring the babies?
No. As far as Hexia
left
do,
them on
they
the
were going on
island.
a suicide mission, like flying at the. They didn't even know if the laser beam was down. Like they were just, yeah.
Oh my gosh! Anastasia fumbles around for the bag of colding and pulls out the egg that they saved. We saved this one.
Oh, thankfully it's a
Tower.
dragon egg that needs cold, so.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Kyra looks at it and says, "Baby."
Oh, she's got baby fever.
We're always crazy about dragon babies. You may have noticed, in that moment when there was the big reveal, and you looked back over the last 2 years, and you
Yeah.
were like, "Oh shit, the clues were there the whole time."
Clicked.
Yeah,
That was the first thing that clicked.
yeah. Also, we knew a whole lot about dragons. Do you think that was kind of weird?
Well, I thought it was because you were
God.
allies of the settlers and gods.
Right. Yeah.
So, if that's a recreation of your mom, does that make the eggs your siblings? Or
Yeah. Ventus is basically like my clone sister. Which is why, when you guys met her, you were like, "Hey, God, she's just like you." Do you remember that?
I mean, Cypher's like your younger brother.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of messed up, but yeah, like, I don't know. If you go in for all that DNA nonsense, then sure, it's probably problematic. But like, honestly, clone mommy is not my mom. You hear that?
Gotcha.
You're not my mom! And Nephilim just shrugs.
I don't want to be anyone's mother.
Yeah, I hate children anyway.
Yeah. Oh,
That's fair.
good, because you're not getting this baby. It's going to be a Dragonlord. Like 100 years from now. Oh, so Reset. I heard we get to ride some dragons in the battle. I have a pretty good idea who you'll be riding.
Really?
Sister.
I'm holding like my spear with the
Yeah,
banner.
with the banner,
it.
yeah.
I'm like,
Well, I mean, there you go. Life goal finally met. Maybe not the way you thought, but still gonna happen. And now you know why
guess.
she was so cold, right?
I mean, I was never. It never felt
Huh?
that cold
No, it's
around.
Too much? Too much? Oh.
Does that mean you'd probably be the best to take care of that egg then?
I'll have to. I already know who the winner is in
Wait.
my eyes, but I can't wait to see what she looks like.
Doesn't.
Oh
mean-
gosh, oof. Yeah, so do you know what cabbage looks like? Imagine a 50-foot tall cabbage. That's what Valus's dragon form looks like. It is disgusting. Oh my god.
Eat and leafy?
Cabbage, get up here! You're promoted. You're not on the B team anymore. Cat, you hear? Cabbage like spills onto the deck. She's like, yeah. And then Kyra's like, yeah. Picture that hideous thing. No. Get rid of your butterflies. Yeah, that. Picture this, but 50 feet tall. That's how ugly my sister is as a dragon. Not that you're ugly. Also, you're still on the B team. Actually, I don't even think you're on the B team. I think you're like the C team. Just get out of here.
Oh, it's just so sad.
Well, hold on. Your breakout. Have her put her glasses on and head back down the thing.
It's nighttime,
Does she have a token with the glass?
but I'll still wear them.
Heads back downstairs.
Now she doesn't need to wear glasses anymore because
Oh.
New book. She now actually has the most busted racial ability of any race.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I'm still reeling from reading it today. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to talk about it publicly without getting just canceled off the internet. So I'm not an OCR guy, but it's making me feel like one. Making me feel like one. Oh my god. Or OSR guy, or whatever the hell it is. Yeah.
Where is this?
The new Mordenkainen stuff is. It's just.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
check that out in a second.
Yeah, it just boiled every special race down to be. It's just a mess now. So.
They're all
Yeah.
options.
I know.
That's what
They're
I
all
feel.
options, yet they discontinued and stopped the printing of the other options. Strange message to send out.
I think I already
Oh.
had those options.
Mhm.
Anyway.
Anyways.
I mean, I think they're better options.
I mean,
but
I just let all my kobolds wear sunglasses, so they just
it
they
doesn't really matter.
yeah, they just took the nonsense out of it, anyways. So, Kyra says, yeah. So, anyways, have fun riding around on your big ugly kobold.
I'm just gonna kind of giggle and watch them from afar. But I'm gonna look at Chandra Slimming and be like, "This is so neat, isn't it? Did you guess? It's so
He starts to stare off into the horizon, and he says, "I had absolutely no idea that that was what was happening at all." And he will roll a deception check.
I will not incite him, so it's
Okay.
okay.
All right.
I
All
want
right. Yeah.
to believe.
Relationships.
Yeah. Zamrox gives him a thumbs up.
Oh my god, Cyrus. You know what this means? If in the future, that means when these two get married and then these two get married, they're like family.
That's true. That also means, in a weird, bizarre way,
We
Phil's still marrying his aunt.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I thought the sister thing was weird.
guys, we were already family.
Moxena says, so I've been standing here for about 30 minutes. The gods were just dragons.
It would seem so.
Oh, I'll be honest, I didn't see that coming.
Neither did I.
Graxus says, I did. And he smiles.
You were there, Graxus.
I mean, yeah, that was the joke.
Arisians don't joke.
Bullbag and Bullbug run up. And they say, so, okay. Okay.
Yes, Bullbug. It does mean you're half dragon.
What?
Yes, perfect.
And the two Bullbugs high five, and then it does a freeze frame, and then it does a 360 camera spin around the freeze frame. All right, and then they put their arms out and pretend to be flying around the ship. Yeah.
Aww.
Okay.
Does it make me feel bad that I feel like we're taking damaged individuals, essentially giant children, into battle with those two?
Nah, they're fine.
I mean, would you rather deal with the fit of not taking them into battle?
Oh no! Hold on, Phil. Hold on. And she starts to like pat down your back, and you hear like a tss kind of sound. She says, "It's fine. It's fine." Huh. Just a little burn. It's fine. On the bright side, whatever's happening inside of you seems to have cauterized the 3 giant holes in your body. How are you alive?
She puts her arm through one of them.
Yeah, like through your ribs
Just
and out the other
emphasize your
side.
point.
Don't you need, I don't know, organs or something?
I'm made of stronger stuff, baby.
Yeah.
Mr. Constitution.
You are half cheesy potato. And she gives you a hug.
But I could sleep. So let's cut this
Oh, you
party
will be
short.
surprised how much more bedding I picked up when we were at Praxis. Spoiler, it's a lot.
Now knowing that I'm half dragon-ish,
Yeah.
that makes me happy.
It also explains why you were able to comfortably sleep on
Gold.
gold all this time.
That's so good.
Cabbage looks around.
Cabbage demands B team status. Please.
Of course, Cabbage. I know you didn't want to come with us, Praxis, but you know, you've always been there.
Fine. You're on the B team now. As Kyra says that, a new tutorial window pops up. Bloop, and it says, if you slot a legendary mount as a boon, it counts as a B team slot for that particular adventure or encounter. Kyra says, I'm sure they'll pick you right away, kid.
Oh my god.
I always thought of you as crew with plot armor, essential NPC status.
I am the key that opens the gate to sandboxed content.
Well, hey, there's.
Very important.
You know, we go and win this war.
I want
So much islands we
Hypatia
haven't
to go
explored.
and cast Identify.
On all of the treasure in the morning, okay?
I don't think she has any fuel left in the tank.
Oh, yeah,
I
now that
know
I'm
how
looking
rituals
around.
work.
Yeah, everybody's pretty beat to shit. There's
Yeah.
blood everywhere. Yeah.
You guys okay?
It,
Sorry.
well,
All as we
let me
can
put
be.
it this way, I ran out of spell slots the battle before the last battle.
Chandras gasps and says, I thought I was the warlock.
You can run out of spell slots?
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
Does that mean I can run out of key?
You can, and you.
And I'm gonna have an existential crisis.
Over here.
I essentially got to play hot potato with a nuclear entity.
What's a good color for you, Seth?
Corinna says, I know all of you are very tired, but I just want to say, I also did not know that they were dragons. But it makes sense.
I think the temple's gonna need new statues.
Oh, the Cosmitros' statue was a dragon.
Wait a minute. That means Astraeus knew they were dragons.
Well, arguably.
Praxis chuckles.
Can you please clarify, did his player know? And did he just not say anything?
His player knew also, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why.
Why?
Because he read ahead and the. Never mind.
No, I think it was
Yeah,
because, oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Things he couldn't unsee.
Astraeus died before he would have known, right?
Dianthus says, I knew.
You've shown up in one session.
No.
Here, I'm the ship.
She's been here every session.
Yeah. I had my literal ass burned for an indeterminate amount of time by the acidic seas of the netherworld for you guys. I've been here every step of the way.
Yeah, we promised.
I just thought I'd pop out so I could, like, kind of see everyone's reaction for myself. That's all. It's been hard sitting on a secret like this long.
Oh, we promised to be
Well, I'm
sure that
glad
we
you're
would
finally talking to us.
free her once we were done with the.
Yeah. Also, yeah, we're getting pretty close to the end here. So.
Yeah.
Plus, you're about to ram me through like an entire fleet, so I might not make it. So I thought maybe, enjoy some fresh air before the end.
When I was flying here, did I see any
Oh
allies?
God,
moving
it's like
towards-
them fucking old, them old Troy movies where they just like did like bad CGI to show you like the ridiculous amount of fucking ships there are. There's like that many fucking ships.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, the establishing shot where you're like, damn, that's a lot of shit. Oh, damn, that's a lot of shit. Oh my God, that's a lot of shit. Wow, I don't even believe it anymore. That's too many ships. Yeah, that's what you saw flying over here.
Oh, I guess one more thing I want to do.
Mhm.
Now that the oath is gone, I'm gonna activate True Sight on Kyra. Does she look like Arcurania now?
Oh, that's why you couldn't look at her before because of the oath. That's what made you go crazy. Oh my God.
What's interesting is you see both Kyra and Arcurania, and the Kyra image is much stronger than the Arcurania one.
Well,
Is it like the whole Batman Bruce Wayne thing?
Yeah, maybe.
Bruce Wayne
like
calls himself Batman in his own head, so that's who he sees himself as. Bruce Wayne is the alter ego.
It's a very good question of self-identity. Yeah, so I mean, I could keep going because it's such a trope of like, look at how many Greek ships we have. But there's a lot of Greek ships.
Craziness.
The Eurasians they're
you should
going
rest
after.
real quick.
Yeah, we need to long rest.
Yeah, they're going after
the last long rest.
Zakros.
Yeah, they're going after the
Eurasians.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zakros the Berserker.
Nowhere's holding off the Centaur hordes.
Yep, the Barbarians and the Centaur warbands.
We heard that somehow they're getting behemoths on ships.
Ooh.
We don't know how, but they are.
Anna, can you come with me? I need help with something.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, she fills you in on the thing she needs help with. And it's a doozy. Alright, please continue.
I think I'm just gonna let them have their rest.
I'm gonna look at Chandras and be like, we probably need to do something too below decks. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Zamrock says, and he gives a thumbs up, and he goes to make himself toast.
Oh man, everyone's in line at the buttered toast machine, getting their comfort food after all that.
Okay.
And really what happens is we go to the bedroom and I get my clothes like halfway off and I'm asleep.
Fair enough, yeah.
Like
yeah.
actually snoring.
Oh, that's a shame, because you miss what comes next. Flying down from the... Is anybody still on the deck? Anybody?
I'm there.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh, okay. So, Reset
we're both
and
full.
Cyrus, you're like staring off into the night sky, thinking about all the crazy shit that happens. Descending from the clouds above is Tisafal, the great Silver Queen. She says, "Champion, I flew all the way from Mitros for the big dragon reveal. I hope I'm not late."
And she sees her mom and falls from the sky.
And then as the clouds kind of part, you can see her in all her glory. Ah, champion, I love you. I can say that now,
'cause I'm a dragon.
Don't do this.
Doesn't
Give me
look
the
like-
real art.
Hey girl, are you into scalies? 'Cause they're into you. Wink.
Why did you change your voice?
I have a. This is my dragon voice now. Always. It's always been this way.
My true sight is still on, by the way.
Oh, it's Kyra. So
Yeah.
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 Hop
Why
on my
you-
back and ride me like you always wanted to. And then she lays on her back. It's not weird. Go on.
I am.
My
going
flabby
to-
fish belly is on display. I'm not ashamed.
Let's see. I'm looking at my.
Corinna says,
my
this is getting
ability.
very weird.
Mm,
Why is Valis acting so strange?
It's not Valis, Corinna.
God damn it! And she kicks the dragon in the head. And Kyra goes, ow! What the? You, of all people! Wow! Wow! You know what? I worked hard on this. I can't even get up. Anna! I'm stuck! It backfired, please! And she just kind of rolls towards the edge and then just falls into the sea. I'm going to bed. And Corinna walks downstairs.
Nice.
That was great.
I'm not gonna lie, you fooled me for a second. I was like, just show us the real art.
How come you're at full health, Cyrus?
The Star Child healed me before.
Oh yeah, let me tell you all about the Star Child.
Yeah, went into the Knicks at Ash and
Just
Yeah,
yeah, in
that's-
on everything that happened.
yeah.
I'm gonna ask him about Can you tell me? I guess what my grandma was doing.
Well, there was a dwarf who was a Medusa cursed dwarf. Except he was blind, and instead of having hair with snakes, his beard was snakes. But he specialized in turning things into statues and then destroying them. And unfortunately, we couldn't get to her before he smashed her to pieces. We tried to collect as many pieces as we could, but not sure if she can be reconstructed.
Was she helpful?
She was. She seemed to honestly
was-
be trying her best to help us defeat Sidon.
You know, I was worried that she would, leave you guys or betray you at some point.
No, she kept true to her word and helped us, I think, the best she could. Good news is, I think the Mermaid keys won't be an issue.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the queen, we freed her, and then realized she was getting very powerful very quickly. But
What'd
then
you do?
the detonation happened, and it completely atomized just into dust the entire upper half of that tower of Praxis.
It was the whole
gonna-
tower.
Yeah, the whole tower, all the way down to underneath.
I'm gonna look Cyrus in the eyes, and I'm just gonna ask, are you certain they're all dead?
No, I wouldn't put past one of them to survive, but at least I'm sure the queen is dead. which means it'll take time for one of them to turn into a queen.
Well, that's the future's problem.
This is the part of the movie where it cuts right as he says that.
Yep.
Single egg blow up to the top.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
No, it's,
all right.
it's worker once crawling out of the.
You see,
another day.
you see that a massive draconic shape is flying towards the ship. It lands and deposits its catch, which is a big ass shark. And he says,
Oh, couldn't resist. Already had one, but brought this one back in case anybody is hungry.
Also a nice fuck you to side on.
No, that hamburger shark. No, he was my best friend. No, he was a lot smaller. He's probably still fine.
this one's choice. This is a choice giant shark. This guy is good fisherman.
Not Cetus. He didn't go
Get
kill
Cetus.
Cetus for us.
What is going on with Cetus on the ground floor of the tower? The entryway to the tower is a walkway over a giant shark tank. And there were actually two basically like advanced like Cetus that were there. That were like the gate guards or the front door guards of the yeah. And the idea was if you had fought the Cetus that was in the wild, and then you see that like that was just like the runt, and then he's got these two beef ass like devil sharks just chilling back in his entryway. So yeah, see they were
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, those
Yeah.
Yeah. We fought some crazy sharks in another campaign, but
Yeah. Those are the ones with the frozen seawater breath weapons and all the other crazy shit. Yeah. So they were going to be jumping up, trying to take you guys down into the water with them, and all sorts of crazy shit. So, but anyways, yeah, he just caught this regular ass shark. So, don't worry, and it's dead. So you don't hear it crying out for help. So.
Or is it that one shark I made friends with back at the Great Games because he was a little smaller?
Yeah, that's not him. That's not Hamburger Shark. So. All right, so everybody should get a long rest. That'd be a good idea. Oh my God!
I didn't know this day would come.
The day of a long rest.
Another long rest.
Yeah.
We were in that tower for quite a while.
Count how many encounters we did in total without like resting.
That
feels really good.
The year has passed, and you are in 501. It's time. Shit's happening now. Okay.
Yeah, Phil wakes up, he grabs some toast, and he goes and he starts rowing as hard as he can. Mitra.
I'll bring down the 3 items I had to Hypatia for identification.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we'll make a party in my room of identifying things.
All right, sounds good. Vulcan doesn't really know without the craft domain. Doesn't really know as much. I mean, obviously he learned things in the 500 years that he was the god of craft, so he's definitely able to use that knowledge and information to help you. But he doesn't have that obviously divine domain like instincts that he had before. But yeah, we can review the absolutely ridiculous ass shit you got out of that that vault. one thing that I did do, just to see, because in Foundry 9, I hadn't tried to build a magic item yet, but I was able to build the Staff of Kentamane. I don't know if I put it on your character sheet or not, Hypatia.
It's okay if you did, because I would actually offer it to Anna.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. So the Staff of Kentamane, per the suggestion from chat last session, if you cast Arcane Hand at the 9th level, it will have a 30 strength score. So that's the one change I am gonna make to it. So
I shit. I don't think not really my style, but didn't you fail like a charisma save to like be bound to the staff? Until the task is done.
No,
it wants to punish its wayward children. You're an instrument of Kentamane's wrath.
I mean, let's see what we got, and then we decide later. But
Okay.
Yeah, I think we
I don't
should
want to
just
take that from you.
compile.
You know?
Well, no, I was gonna take the Titan's Bane back.
All right. Well, let me walk you through the Staff of Kentamane.
Okay, all right.
The Staff of Kentamane weighs 14 flipping pounds. It is a plus.
Oh, so
3...
I can't carry it anyway. I'm too weak.
it is a +3 quarterstaff that can be used as an arcane or divine focus. It has 17 charges. It can recharge 1d6 charges each dawn, but you must sacrifice a sentient creature with it. So you have to kill them with the staff. Animals will suffice. Animals will suffice.
I was about to say.
I think ants would be a little insulting. He's got a bad history with ants, so I wouldn't recommend those. Or any kind of insect. Actually, I would probably say don't use any insects. That'd be a bad idea.
Don't give it fish like you did in that other campaign.
It can be used to cast the following spells. The spells still require concentration as needed, but saves. Let's see. Spells still require concentration. But such saves are made with advantage. So if you cast spells through the staff and they require concentration, you have advantage, even without Warcaster, to the concentration for spells cast through the staff.
I don't fail concentration anymore, thanks to level 15.
The wording is weird anyways. So, for 0 charges, you get Mage Hand. For 1 charge, you get Curse of Chains, which I think is the only spell. God damn it! It's the only spell I forgot to port over from Valda's. It's like a restraining effect, basically. For one, I believe for 1 charge, you get Burning Hands. And each upcast is another charge. For 2 charges, you get Maximilian's Earthen Grasp, and then you can upcast it all the way up to 9. You get Ice Claw Prison, which is a 3rd level spell from Valda's, which can be upcast. You get Polybrachia, which is a 3rd level spell from Valda's. It basically gives people extra arms. You get Rusting Grasp, which can be upcast as well. You get Arcane Hand, which can be upcast, and if you cast it at 9th level, the hand will have 30 strength, and then, of course, Earthquake. So that is what the Staff of Kentamane does.
I think it'd be super dope when you do cast the 9th level Arcane Hand. One of his actual hands shows up.
All right, so other information. Oof, this chapter. This is a lot of information. Let's see. Let me grab Vault. Sidon's Vault. Here we go. All right. So the strange squat figure made of an unknown polymer that depicts the Lord of Storms with no nose or mouth and large beady eyes. It stands roughly 4 inches tall. This is a figurine of collectability, despite having been removed from the original packaging. Because it is signed by Sidon, it carries a great value to certain individuals. Let's see. Then there is the Helm of Hades. That's a whole thing. So this wondrous item is legendary and requires attunement. The Helm of Darkness, or Cap of Darkness, belongs to Hades, the god of the Greek underworld. The Arismophos made it during the war against the Titans. Perseus borrowed the helm during his quest against the Gorgon Medusa. While wearing this helmet, you are hidden from all divination magic. You can't be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. You can also turn invisible as an action, and anything you are, but not greater invisible. It's important. You can also turn invisible as an action. Anything you are wearing or carrying is invisible with you. You remain invisible until the helmet is removed, until you cast a spell or attack, or until you use a bonus action to become visible again. It does bear a curse. You have disadvantage to all death saving throws while attuned to this item. But, I mean, complete protection from divination and invisibility at will is pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds a lot. That sounds very Alexi. If he was still.
Let's see. Balmetria's skull. This is the actual skull of the mighty silver dragon. It has been used to perform fell magics and profane necromancy. Let's see. The weird Rubik's Cube made of gemstones is a cubic gate. It has 9 sides, but only 6 of them are currently... No. It's a fucking cube, dude. It has 6 sides. Yeah, that'd be weird. It has 6 sides, and all 6 of them have been attuned. The locations are Thylea's Heart Tree, place you have been. The Nether Seas, the Shrine of Lutheria, a place you have been. Elysium, Hades, the Elemental Plane of Water, and the Hollow World. All right. Did you grab the Infinity Gauntlet or no?
Yep.
We did, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this gauntlet functions as a gauntlet of ogre power. There could be other powers, reality-altering powers, powers that could make reality whatever you want them to be. But it doesn't seem to work. See the wonderful Disney Plus show Loki for more information on how in certain realities Infinity Stones don't do shit. Yeah. Apparently Lutheria dated another Death Titan for a while and basically stole it from him and then gave it to Sidon for his birthday.
Wow, that's so mad. That's incredible.
Because if you read the comics,
yes, it's perfect.
everything that he did in the comics was because he was crushing on Lady Death. Yeah. Anyways,
Okay.
all right, the sword and shield that you grabbed. The sword is the Sword of Sorrows. It is a magical Xiphos, and it is legendary, and of course requires attunement. The Sword of Sorrows is a sharp silver blade of sylvan craft, engraved with the carvings of weeping visages, lost souls, and a tide of tears. I don't even know how you fucking engrave that. That's incredible. Whenever this sword is struck, or is used to strike, the wielder hears a fragment of ancient songs that tell of woe, ruin, and terrible things to come. The Sword of Sorrows deals psychic damage instead of normal weapon damage. And whenever you sheath the sword, your eyes darken, and you cannot help but shed a tear. There's
Anna
a lot.
can't have that. She wouldn't be able to fly.
What is that made out of?
It just says right there in the name, Sorrows. It is a sword of sorrow.
No, like what does like the material look like?
Silver.
Okay.
Okay. Now this item is also cursed. The curse is a tragic legacy. The bereavement despair, and grief that drove the first bearer of the Sword of Sorrows will haunt all its successors. When wielding the sword, you have vulnerability to psychic damage. Whenever you roll a nat 1 in an attack roll with this weapon, you take 3d6 psychic damage and become dazed until the end of your next turn. If the curse activates for the 3rd time in a single day, you begin to take psychic damage at the end of each of your turns until you fall unconscious. When you do fall unconscious this way, the closest creature within 15 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw or be drawn to take your life and then take the sword for themselves. And continue its tragic legacy. Wow, that sounds like something you never want to use. All right. I won't tell you the rest of it then. That's fine. All right.
No, I still want to hear the rest of it.
Oh, you sure? You sure you want to hear the rest of it? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, it has an ability. It has an ability called Negative Slash. For but a moment, the sword becomes spectral, bearing a ghostly form, extending and passing through an enemy's soul. As a bonus action, when you hit a creature, you can force them to make a wisdom saving throw or become hopeless for 1 minute lingering. While hopeless, a creature has disadvantage to all ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws. If they have inspiration of any kind, they cannot use it. Also, it has another ability, a Tide of Tears. As the blade becomes effused with negative energy, wisps of crying souls begin to emerge from the weeping blade. The energy is then unleashed in a torrent of lamenting, volatile, spectral visages. After rolling a natural 20 on an attack roll using this weapon, you can activate this ability as a reaction, conjuring a wave of psychic energy. You create an area of effect that can be up to 30 feet long and 10 feet wide and 10 feet tall. Each creature in that area must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they take psychic damage. Their speed becomes 0, and they are incapacitated until the end of their next turn. On a success, they take half of the damage. The damage in question is 10d8 psychic damage.
So the sword itself, other than being silver, no modifiers there, it just has all these extra abilities?
I mean, it's a silvered sword, like sure,
Right.
Like, yeah. But it has no pluses or minuses or anything.
Gotcha. Yeah,
It's very edgy though. It's a very edgy sword. If you hadn't picked up on that, so
Yep.
yeah. It is partnered with the Mirrored Shield. This is a legendary item that requires attunement. The shield's face is perfectly polished and cannot be tarnished, reflecting light like a mirror. You can use a bonus action to speak a command word, causing the shield to emit bright light in a 30-foot radius, and dim light an additional 30, until you take a bonus action to speak the word again, deactivating the light. The shield has 3 charges, and any time you are targeted by a magic missile spell, a line spell, or a spell that requires a ranged attack roll, you can expend one of the charges and roll a d6. On a 1 to 5, it bounces off the shield, you're unaffected. On a 6, you're also unaffected, but you manage to bounce the spell, even if it's a fucking magic missile spell, back at the original caster. And the shield regains 1d3 charges daily at dawn. And then you guys have the Staff of Kentamane, and I think that was everything. That was in the vault.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Oh, and then I think Ventus got like 100,000 gold. So there was that.
You don't need to tell them about that part.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, she doesn't have to report her earnings. I'm sorry, that's right. She doesn't have to report her earnings. Okay. Now, to people of your strength and power, this is cool shit, but maybe not, the coolest shit ever. But it is literally the Helm of Hades. He'd probably like it back, but that's something for the post game.
Now, just to refresh from what I've heard you say before, we need +3 weapons to hurt Sidon, right?
Well, Sidon is a god, so technically, to hurt a god, you do need +3 weapons. Yeah.
We got the weapons.
Or anything that's made with star metal.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, we got those.
Yep.
Gosh, it's been a while.
I mean,
Phil had
Staff of
plus
Kentamane's a
3,
plus
right?
3 weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably, even with all that, still use the Titan's Bane. So I would hand the Staff of Kentmane off potentially.
Mm.
I need either a star medal or we need to find a plus 3 because I only have a plus 2.
I'll say, as much as the staff of the Bronze Dragonflight's been awesome.
Oh,
it's
is
only
that
a
why?
plus
Is
2.
that why you guys are asking what the Sword of Sorrows is made of? Oh, the Sword of Sorrows could 100% hurt the Titans. The Sword of Sorrows. Remember when Lutheria talked about the items that Sidon had forged to draw out her madness? The Sword of Sorrows was the original weapon from that set. That
So-
fed on her madness.
So
yeah.
I was thinking it was related to the City of the Sirens. That's why I was like asking about it. Like it was made out of the same material, like the.
Oh yeah, because of the whole Tide of Tears and the Lost Souls.
Yeah.
I mean, the two of them are very nostalgic for the shitty things they did. They did name their incestuous children after their betrayed siblings. So there's a good chance that when he forged the weapon, he was thinking about what, all the shitty stuff they did to the Sirens.
Does the Staff of Kentmane have to be attuned by a spellcaster? Like, because I think Reset could use it as a monk weapon, because it's a plus 3/4 staff.
That's absolutely.
To cast the spells from it, yes, but you could you don't have to attune to it to benefit from the fact that it's a plus 3/3 weapon. Like the plus 3/3 is just an innate property of the weapon. Like the materials themselves are just that
Cyrus
dope.
can cast spells though, right?
Couldn't we also reforge the Titan's Bane?
Well, you did reforge
Or
the Titan's
did it-
Bane.
Yeah.
Well, it came as a staff, but I'm saying, like, is that an option too?
I
I'm
mean,
saying that.
you don't have the God of Craft anymore, so
Or the time.
yeah, and you're
No.
kind of heading into a big battle.
Yeah.
Alright, so I need something that's going to hurt a god, because Staff of the Bronze Dragonflight's not going to cut it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does thunder
that-
and lightning damage. I don't think.
Yeah,
Is that a
yeah.
plus 1 or a plus? Oh,
Cyrus, I would say, even though you're a fighter, I would say that given your connection with Halcyon, I would say that if it's okay with everybody else, I would say that you could attune to the Staff of Kentmane. Because you are also Titan-blooded on top of everything else.
Yeah, I
so.
think
Hype
it's.
as hell.
I think that's really cool.
is like
Why would we have a
spells.
problem with
Yeah,
that?
arcane.
Yeah, I know.
He's
I
got
just
14 levels of fighter, and you're letting him cast 9th level spells. Yeah.
Fighters only get to do one thing: action surge, action surge, action surge.
Let me tell you about these Crashgem tables.
Death by many cuts.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay, yes, you can have that then.
okay.
Because I definitely wouldn't, even after disciplining Sidon, I wouldn't go after Lutheria too, so.
Now, there's another
irony
version
in
of
that.
Staff of Kentmane. There's another version of Staff of Kentmane that a different DM made. That's pretty good. Almost as good as mine. I'm looking at it right now to see if there's anything else. Oh, I like this part. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff vibrates for a split second, loses its magical properties, turns to ash, and is destroyed forever. If this happens, something really bad happens. Ask your GM. I will add that, and then I will also add Wall of Stone, because they have Wall of Stone on their list of spells that they can cast. So, alright, cool.
The star metal weapons don't have any pluses, right? So it's just
Unfortunately,
like,
no,
black.
because you guys opted to just go get the star metal weapons, and you did not want to try and take the madness weapons that she had locked away inside the Hypnos. The madness weapons were definitely a risk reward situation, though. Similar to that, like they were all pretty much cut from the same cloth as that Sword of Sorrows situation.
Oh, but even if I had like a star metal weapon, like
Mhm.
my punches aren't gonna hurt him.
I mean, you have a legendary shield. Don't you shield that?
Iris says, "Why don't we just make you like star metal brass knuckles?"
I bash
yeah,
with the shield. This isn't a +3 shield, Kyra.
No, yeah, don't worry about the shield. No, the shield's dumb. Like, it's not like you've ever
Oh.
encountered a medium creature in your life.
Dad.
No, just, yeah, we'll make you like star metal brass knuckles. You know what brass knuckles are? No? Okay.
That man's life's work.
Imagine wearing a lot of rings and then you punch somebody. It would hurt, right? Dad, make your
Sure.
followers make some star metal rings for reset, and then just punch them. That should count. And he just stares at her.
Or like those punchy daggers.
So that shield
Yeah.
that can capture the essence of any creature, give you its power. And that's a trash item. That's dumb. That's a dumb weapon.
She's like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty morbid, right? I mean, pretty messed up.
I do have to cut off a head every.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's gross. It's gross. Also, if you were putting all that magic into it, why didn't you make it that it could shrink the head to fit? How hard would that have been? And he starts blushing, and he says,
Oh, I didn't see you making no magic items. I saw you lose a bunch of magic items.
and she's, oh yeah, the magic items, the bow. And he says, oh, right, the bow. And he leaves to go get the bow.
What? Ooh, what if you made a construct head out of star metal to put into your shield?
Oh wait, was the bow was +3?
Why don't you just put a star metal spike in the shield and just bash him with it?
Yeah, like the dagger. I see. You should just make a grip for it. Put on the end of the sword. Punch dagger. I don't know.
Just duct tape the Zyphos to the shield and bash it with it.
It's the dagger armor all over again.
Didn't they
What is duct tape?
Did they like make changes to monk where you could just use a monk weapon instead of punches?
It's unarmed strike.
Yeah, no, but I think you can get the monk.
Well, yeah, I
weapon.
mean,
I don't know.
I've been using my shield kind of as a flavor.
Right.
Uh,
Just like strap the weapons to the side of it and have like a razor shield.
well, could it, like, if let's say Vulcan bit Sidon, would Sidon take damage because his teeth aren't star metal or +3?
Oh, that's a great question. Could I bite Sidon? I mean, I'm an ancient adamantine dragon. I'm going to say that I could probably bite Sidon.
Okay, would draconic enhanced fists be able to hurt Sidon then?
Reset. Don't worry. I have a cool idea. Here. Give me that shield that you pretend to like. Go on, just give me the shield.
Are you gonna upgrade it?
You
know, I've held on to this for over 100 sessions.
Oh, I'm gonna upgrade it, alright. Someone told me while we were looking for the bow she misplaced how problematic it was. So we're gonna fix it right here and right now.
And he assumes his mithril dragon form, which I'm hoping this meeting. Well, if the meeting's below deck, yeah, adamantine. If it's below deck, it's going to be a whole thing. And then he's going to break it, the shield, over his knee.
Break it across his knee.
Yeah. And then he grabs your arm and he slides one half of the shield onto one arm. And he grabs your arm, he slides one half of the shield to the other arm, and they're very sharp. And he says, "There, just punch him with it now."
But I use a spear.
Oh, well,
Combo
that's
that.
what you got.
You can combo that,
That's not star metal.
but they're +3. Right?
Yeah, when I broke the enchantment that made the souls and the heads and all that, you know, this is still legendary work. You get to punch people. Well, it's broken now. Now you have these cool, like, gauntlet bracers. Still use your hands, see? Ah, it's cool. Good thing we got some time before we get to Mitros. We'll figure it out.
Does it require attunement?
Does it require attunement? Essentially, he's just basically you're keeping every benefit of the shield, including the armor bonus, but it's not. Yes, I know. But it's not able to eat heads anymore. Instead, it will simply allow your unarmed strikes to damage gods, essentially. So you still are treated as having a shield, because shield monk. It'd be ridiculous for you not to have a shield. And then, in order to make it a shield, you put your arms together in front of you, like Wonder Woman does with the bracers. But it makes the shield. It makes the shield again. Makes the shield again.
Not practical at all.
Kyra just looks at him and just shakes her head, and she says, "Do you see me trying to sing? Right? It's over, old man. You're not the god of craft anymore. You just broke that cool shield. Cool shield? You told me it was dumb and problematic. Ah! And he storms out.
Look at this. That's what he did. Look, how cool is that? Everyone remembers those things.
Stupid.
I don't know what they're called.
They're called shield gauntlets.
Yeah, but he punches things with them, and they're still shields.
You know what? I know someone who will really appreciate them.
And he comes back, and he's going to take your shield pieces away.
Give me those.
I'm attuned.
They got my name on them.
Your old name.
He storms off with them. Kyra says, "I'm sure we'll find something. We can't send you off into the final battle without a shield, near a shield monk. That would be bad." I mean, there's a shield right here. Look, it's all shiny. There's a shiny shield right here.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
It bounces magic. That's cool.
Did he think I actually didn't like the shield? Because
I feel
kept saying I didn't like it.
Yeah, well, every time the first thing you asked him when he revealed the greatest secret of our age, and said,
"You must have questions, and I have answers."
The first thing you asked him was to make the shield better.
Oh
what kind of message do you think that sent?
But I'm a Parisian. That's like the biggest compliment I can give.
Also, the guy just gave up his divine ability to make cool shit, and then he tried to make you some cool shit. Honestly, I don't know. It is kind of dumb now that I think about it. I mean, look at how skinny you are. How would you even move? Giant. How have you been carrying? Well, that's right. You got that belt way back in the riddle contest.
Yeah, I'm pretty
He always
strong.
had that belt.
Yeah. True. The belt's always been there. You see, there's like a glitch in like the film, like yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It's always been like that. Huh. I don't know. That seems kind of cool. So what's wrong with this beard shield? Look at this thing. It's great.
I'll be honest. I don't really punch things that much.
Then
Okay.
Not
why were
anymore.
you?
I got this weird new thing that at first I didn't really know how to explain, but after I saw, I guess, that you were all dragons, I guess I kind of understood how I learned to do this. Now,
You could turn into a dragon too.
No, I can't turn into a dragon.
Okay. I was.
I have wings though.
What? Show me.
I run. I guess I run and I activate my my wings.
What?
Oops, that's, oh god, that's the wrong one.
Oh, you're
That's the wrong one.
now?
That's the wrong. That's the wrong. That's the wrong one. Don't read that one.
Okay, I
delete
guess
that.
hide it. I don't know.
Delete.
Oh,
Delete.
I'm gonna say, as you're running by and Phil's rowing, he's like, "Reset, get your strong ass over here and row."
I'm not running. I am. I'm gliding, kind of.
Gliding?
What? God, which? I have so many. Oh my god.
High
which
level
one is it?
characters.
Okay, well.
But does
wings
she
sprout from
literally?
my
You
back
literally
as I'm
sprout
moving,
dragon rings?
and yes. Yeah.
Wow.
that's who taught you how to do that? Giant cabbage?
No,
No.
Valis.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That didn't seem like a clue to you.
No,
Oh.
I just thought it was cool.
Hmm.
But it makes a little more sense now.
Hmm.
Also, I can, and I guess I just punch in the air, and I
Mhm.
shoot out a dragon breath.
What?
You know, if we are heading into battle, we may not want to use our abilities now.
It's gonna be another day or so before you reach the town.
Yeah.
We'll be
yeah,
fine.
we gotta
Cyrus.
strategize anyway.
Oh, that's
We gotta practice. I gotta
True.
find the bow. That was on me. That one's on me. You know when you have a present for someone and you don't want them to find it before you're ready to give it to them, so you hide it somewhere really good. That's what we're
Forget where
dealing
you
with right
hid it?
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, I don't ever give people presents.
So I may have fed it to a whale. I'll be right back. And you hear, and then you hear louder, and then you hear a splash.
So, Crash, do you have the Staff of Kentman as an item you could stick on the sheet, or do I gotta make one?
I want to pimp it a little bit more. I want to add a wall of stone, and I want to port over the Valda's chain spell before I put it on there. But I will have it on there sooner than later.
Cool.
Like I'll update you when it's up.
Oh, there it is. Wings unfurled.
Can we?
Did it really take you that long to find it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll also ask Hypatia if she knows what this Hexblade of Salem is. I know we got them a while back, but I don't know what that
Wow.
does.
That's crazy.
What is it?
Your character arc is been so cool, Reset. This is stuff to talk about during the post mode, but holy crap.
Hexblade of Salem. It was a weapon we found in the
Oh,
underworld.
you received that as a interdimensional Christmas present.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Basically, it allows you to take on the Dragon, Salem as your warlock patron.
Ah,
Yeah, it's kind of the equivalent of like finding one of those fake $20 bills and it says, "Disappointed? You shouldn't be. You found Jesus Christ."
I legit had a client that used to give us those all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time they came in, get a little envelope. It was like a fake $1 million bill. Very special every single time they came in.
Pitio says, I cannot help but hear from the shadows that the champion of giant cabbage, Valis, is in need of a spear.
Yes. I have this +2 pickle spear that I've been using.
Well, perhaps you will
Maybe
trade it
the-
for something I found in Praxis.
What did you find?
Agree to trade, and you will be surprised. And then he
Sure.
he leans forward in the most interesting halfling in the world pose.
Where is he?
Well,
You can't see him.
as Pitios
Yeah.
stands around the world will tell you, Pitios is everywhere. There you go.
And nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to make a check to see if I believe him, but
Oh,
deep
okay.
down I always believe in PTOs.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, you believe everything he says, anything he says, anytime he says it. I'd never had an NPC that rolls as good as. I wish I could turn this NPC into a real character so that I could roll this good as a character. That'd be amazing. All right, you hand over the spear.
And I say, if you give me something bad, I'm gonna take you out of the B team and you won't have immunity.
Bad or good, it's all a matter of perspective. And he starts feeding your spear into his bag of holding. And then he starts to pull out a spear. The spear is radiant. It looks like it is made of solid gold. Everything about it speaks of beauty and the rising, glorious sun, the promise of a new day, the dawning of a new age. Beauty, wisdom, intelligence, music, crafting, everything that brings brightness into the world, you feel it when you gaze upon it. Written, very small, on the blade, it says, "Property of Apollo. If found, please return to Olympus."
Who's Apollo?
I don't know.
I'm gonna kind of hold it and kind of swing it around a bit.
As you do, at least like gold light trails. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, see, I got one. Well, you need a spear.
I guess I'll attune to it.
What?
Okay.
It's cursed. You turned to gold.
I mean, it is cursed, but
I mean,
all right. So
I trust
immediately,
everything PTOs.
you get a +2 to wisdom and charisma while attuned to this weapon. It is a +3 spear, so a +3 spear. And it can cast daylight at will.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you have that already made, or should I make a...
I have it in this document called "Dope Shit from Sidons." I didn't know what stuff you guys were going to use, and I didn't feel like making all these very complicated high-level items in Foundry unless I knew you were going to use them. So, but I can port it over this week.
Okay.
All right.
That's understandable.
So +2 to wisdom and charisma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good.
Now, the curse is that when you are attuned to this weapon, you can have your feelings hurt very easily.
Oh, that's not any different. She just hides it. She hides it very well.
Cursed.
Yeah.
It's very easy to hurt your feelings.
You know, I thought this session when we were doing Christmas gifts, I should have gotten Rissa like a picture book to have all the paintings everywhere she goes.
Yeah, she has
Well,
a mental like museum of the paintings right now. She refers to whenever she needs them. but a picture book would be nice.
I didn't
Alright.
say that. I'll pick you up one.
So do you guys want to see, you're not at Mitros yet, but do you want to see the Mitros board? Like there's a new
Yeah.
landing page. There's a new landing page. All right.
Oh.
Which of you volunteers to accidentally have everything spoiled? Because I'm gonna bring one of you over first to make sure I set it up correctly.
I will just close my eyes.
But I need you to look upon it and tell me what.
Oh.
I
I
volunteer.
can do it.
Oh, you
Okay,
vol-
good.
I'll
All
decline
right,
since
all
I'm recording.
Okay. Let's
I
see.
mean, yeah, that's no problem.
Okay. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Go to the scene in question, find the person I want to bring over, and then I bring the person over. There we go. So I should just have Phil in here with me. Alright, can you go hop into secret chat real quick?
Sure.
Craziness.
Yeah, very.
That was an easy +3 weapon.
I was gonna say, I think we have a star metal spear, but that's way better.
I might see if I can use the bow. I don't know why I would need to, but it's gonna be a dragon.
Oh yeah. What bow is this?
It's the bow like made of all our instruments. That
Ooh.
we.
Oh yeah, you should
that was,
definitely use
that was
that.
gonna be your like ultima weapon, I think. I don't know.
It probably has like all her spells too, or a bunch of them.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Like a bard harp.
War instrument, yeah. I think it can become any instrument or something. It was cool. We made it.
Yeah.
That'd be like a cool scene. Right. You know. Assuming, I know it's weird to have a flying creature fight another flying creature, but yeah, I could use that and use the bow. That'd be pretty hype.
Do you have proficiency with a bow?
No. We'll see if we can work something out. I don't know. That'd be cool. I'm okay. I think my spell speed is good enough.
I still have to laugh that all my attacks this whole time have been D6 damage.
Eh?
So I've been using staffs all this time.
I mean, that's what I mean. We, death of
Oh.
1,000 cuts. You attack so many times, it doesn't really matter. But now
That's true.
that'll be way better with the Cantomate staff.
Well, I mean, the other one was a +2, so it wasn't bad.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer, iPad. I just thought like the staff would be a lot cooler on so many other characters. Like,
Yeah, no, I get that. I just wanted to use Titan's
Oh
Bane.
my god, it's over! I don't even want to come to the session.
All right. All right. Let me drag you guys over to the Battle of Mitros landing page.
wait, should we be able to see it or no?
Yeah, I'm taking you over there now.
Oh, okay. Landing page, got it.
Yeah. So you guys are on this side, and then they're on this side.
What?
So basically, starting next week, you guys will arrive back at Mitros. You will begin to rally your allies, which all them empty spaces will start to get populated. Sidon will be rallying his allies, so that side of the board will become populated. And there is essentially Matt Colville's like kingdoms and strategies, or warlords and fighting, or I don't know, like Warhammer for babies, kingdoms and warfare. There we go. I was like, we've been playing this game a long time. I'm not going to make everybody read a 328-page book so that we could play Warhammer, because we're here to play Dungeons and Dragons. But we are going to have sort of like like a little war game going on. So basically, the battle will take place in waves. You'll find out what the waves are, and then you basically deploy your allied units to deal with them, and then you guys, of course, are a unit, and you go and you face one of the threats from that wave. We play out that battle, and then basically Pokemon style, rock paper scissors. Your allies go up against Sidon's peeps. We do a roll off, and then that determines if they were successful in the battle, if they failed the battle. So rather than use a d20, when these units are fighting, they're going to do 2d10s plus their modifiers. So it's going to be a little bit less variance in the numbers, so that the battles are a little bit closer and less swingy. And it's paper, scissors, rocks. So basically, like, artillery are better against aerial units, and aerial units are better against infantry.
Infantry's good against siege.
Yeah. Infantry's good against siege and all that jazz. Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah. So, and then there are additional modifiers: arcane, tricksters, divine, druidic, elemental, dragon, undead, artifice, monstrous, fiend, celestials, and heavy. So basically, that will either add or subtract from your stuff. If you go up against something that you have a typing advantage to, after you've balanced the typing and advantage and disadvantages, you would either have the same number you started with, you'd double the number, or you'd have the number essentially, based on the matchup, Pokemon style. The additional modifiers come into play of they allow you to do things that like special things. Like, for example, tricksters can force the reroll of any d10 die that is used in the exchange. So each side rolls 2d10. You could pick one of those 4 d10s and cause it to be rerolled, essentially. There is something called a stunning victory and an absolute victory. So if you win by 5 or more, you get a stunning victory, and if you win by 10 or more, you get a absolute victory. Essentially, absolute victory just instantly defeats the other unit. It's not available for future waves. If they lose normally, they get 1 defeat point. If they lose to a stunning victory, they get 2 defeat points. Any unit that has 3 defeat points is just gone. They're just done. Everybody died in that unit. So yeah, like that's basically a little mini game. Yeah. So it's a little bit. I mean, obviously, like DM guy, his advice for these kind of things is just make it dramatic, and you're the dungeon master. Just do whatever sounds cool, and make sure everyone's having fun at the table. You don't need to roll dice for everything. And it's like, yeah, that's cool, guy, but we're gonna roll some fucking dice. Yeah, so RNGesus has walked with us in the sand this whole time, so we're gonna still have that to a certain extent, but a 2d10 extent and not a fucking d20 extent. So there is, you can feel a little bit more confident about your matchups. Obviously, in every wave, there will be a fight that is obviously for you guys to do. I won't point out which one it is, but it's pretty obvious which one you guys are supposed to do. If you, for whatever reason, are like, nah, bro, we're gonna fight those guys. We're gonna send these scrubs to go fight Sidon. I'll be like, okay, unexpected, but sure. And then I guess the whole fate of the campaign will rest in a 2d10 roll. Yeah, so
2d10 plus 100.
Yeah. So on that same note, if you do for some reason do that, just like any other unit that survives the first wave, they will carry over to the second wave. So if you are avoiding key battles, wink wink, nudge nudge, they will probably survive and then be there the next round and the next round, and then you'll have a shitload and you'll be in a boss rush mode at the very end. So just kind of keep that in mind. So we'll probably run it. There'll be roleplay before, where you talk about strategy. You read over, the little doc. I have it mostly finished, but I don't want to spoil all the bad guy units ahead of time, and I don't want to spoil all the ally units ahead of time, because they kind of are going to show up in staggered arrival to kind of match the building tension of this war, right? Like each wave, new allies might show up to replace allies who have fallen, new reinforcements might show up for the bad guys. But I will, as soon as I have it ready, put forth the document for everybody to look at, so you have a general idea of how the mini game works. Really, it's outside of your hands, right? Like, don't feel bad if you muck it up and you pick some bad decisions and you get all your allies killed. As long as you guys are winning the key battles, like, you know, that's the important part. It'd be nice, right? Mass Effect 2, it'd be nice if everybody survived the suicide mission. But if it doesn't happen, the important thing is that you guys are choosing the right fights and winning those fights. Once it gets going, per the adventure, it is non-stop. So it's tower defense style. It will go wave, and then wave, and then wave, and then and however many waves there are, it's just going to keep going. There will be, per our homebrew rules, there will be a chance to take a heroic rest, but that would only get you the benefits of a short rest. It's very much written around the idea of you being pressured the whole time with these incredibly hard endgame battles. So you don't want to, blow it all in the first one or two waves. You want to make sure that you hold some stuff back, essentially. What else?
I got real good at that the last couple weeks. So
exactly, that's what the super dungeon was trying to prepare you for. This time around, though, you will have some dragons to help you, and Phil has his divine boon, his domain, so that will be quite helpful. I should probably tell you what that does real quick.
Also, he's got the horn.
I did want to see. Yeah, I also have the horn, and I'm
no! I already have that covered, sir, because I have something in this document called forces, and then you go down to people of Mitros, and I said, you see how these 4 blocks of citizens are labeled levies, or I think that's what it's pronounced as levies or levis. They're basically basic bitches that have 0 bonuses. I said, the first thing they're gonna do is blow the horn and turn these guys into better units. so I was already prepared for that. For you to upgrade the people of Mitros. So the Divine Spark Valor. Let's see. Divine Predisposition, which you have to decide if it's gonna be Strength or Charisma.
Just Strength.
Okay, then you will also gain legendary resistance once per long rest, and I'm going to copy and paste and send this to you. You have an active ability, which is once per short rest as a bonus action. You can cast Heroism at 5th level, and it does not require concentration. So you cast Heroism at the 5th level of magic, and it does not require concentration. Your passive ability is you are immune to fear. And
got that one checked.
Oh, you already have immunity to fear. Dang. All right. And then let's see.
Like ally units immunity to fear.
Yeah, and you can extend this benefit to any creatures of your choice within 60 feet. Furthermore, flaw. You are physically, mentally, and spiritually unable to abandon any ally on the battlefield.
Already had it.
All right. Yeah. So it's a good fit. It's a good fit. All right, so I'll send that over to you real quick.
Awesome.
And then just to give you a sneak preview of what the mounted dragon boons are like, which dragon would you like me to give you an example of the ones that are there, or just in general?
Can we just get them all so we can plan for next week?
Oh man, you want me to read all of them to you? Okay, I'll go through them real quick. So, Arc Urania, you get 120-foot flight speed. You can be huge or your normal size, which increases your melee attack range by 5 feet. You can do a D12 Bardic Inspiration 7 times per short rest. That's your active ability. Your passive ability is you're resistant to acid. Your ultimate is once per encounter. which is a weird term, but that's just, that's what we're using. Once per encounter, one of the following breath weapons. You could use the acid breath or the slowing breath. So that's what she brings to the table. I think her acid breath does 12d8 acid. The slowing breath is a 60-foot cone of slow with a DC 18 Constitution saving throw. Ventus, you get an 80-foot flight speed. You get then all the stuff from before of your size and your reach. Active is nimble escape, so you can take the disengage or hide action as a bonus action on each of your turns. The passive is resistance to acid, and then once per encounter you can use her sticky acid breath, which gives you 12d8 acid dice to work with, but you can cash in some of the damage dice to add slowing acid and sticky acid to the effects. Nephili is 80 feet of movement. You gain reckless attack if you didn't already have it. That's the active ability. Resistance to cold, and then a 13d8 cold damage in a 60-foot cone breath weapon. DC 20 saving throw. It's pretty damn good. And then paralyzing breath, which is just money, because paralyzation is such a good stats effect. 60-foot cone, DC 20 Constitution saving throw. Tisofol is the same kind of dragon. The only difference here is instead of Reckless Assault, you would get Divine Magic. You have access to the cantrips Guidance, Spare the Dying, and Sacred Flame. You can do Healing Word 3 times per long rest, Lesser Restoration 2 times per long rest, and Dispel Magic once per long rest. Hexia, the Poison Sonnet. Everything's the same. Her active ability is called Bamf. You and Hexia teleport up to 60 feet as a bonus action once per short rest. You gain resistance to poison and charm effects. And her ultimate is, of course, a 60-foot cone. It does 15d8 poison damage, DC 20 con for half. If they fail by 5 or more, they gain poison status lingering. And Sepulchrax is 80-foot flight speed, all that jazz. Active is you gain access to Flash of Genius. It is a +7 bonus to somebody's save or check as a reaction 7 times per long rest. That's pretty fucking good. He also grants resistance to acid, thunder, and charm effects. And I misspoke. He's not really an adamantine dragon. He's a mithril dragon. And he spits a 60-foot long, 5-foot wide line of metallic shards, dealing 17d6 magical slashing damage, which can also cause bleed 10 for the next 6 rounds.
I was gonna say, yeah, Mithril Forge, like.
Yeah. He's a mithril dragon. Yeah. There was a lot going on in my head. I was pretty excited. Yeah. And I guess just Phil, so you know, Raspy Rathor, his thing is his active would give you 3 charges of legendary resistance. Resistance to lightning, and then his ultimate is a lightning breath, 90-foot cone, 90-foot line, and then his repulsion breath, which knock people down and push them away. So
Legendary belch.
Helios was one of the options.
Helios spent too long as a god. He would not have somebody ride around on him. That's ridiculous. So yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, but that is those are the dragons. So you could take one of those instead of a B team member, and then the person riding them gains the benefits of that dragon. So it is like a tough call. Otherwise, the dragons, of course, will be leading troops around the city and all that jazz. So it gives you the option to have the dragons with you without just gimping combat, because dragons, they would all have 3 legendary actions and a shitload of hit points, and we'd be checking for breath recharges, and oh my god, it's such a disaster. Giving everybody a dragon mount sounds cool. But mechanically, it is just it's just a drag. It's just a drag. So this would basically give you the abilities very similar to a dragon without having to keep track of that. You're already noticing it's hard to keep track of just your character. You don't want to have to keep track of a full-size dragon on top of that. So, all right. So good session. Next week, smash through the barricade, arrive back in the city of Mitros, and I guess save the city, save the world. Get to see what a 50-foot cabbage looks like. Yeah, exciting.
Nice.
All right. So I'm too tired and worked up for announcements. So I don't know if there's announcements. Look on the server. There could be stuff. I guess the only announcement that I have is Mordenkainen's came out, I guess, a day early on D&D Beyond. The digital version, the printed version has been out for a while because companies are greedy and shitty. So you do have access to that. Before you panic, all of the old shit is 100% valid on our server. You will not be forced to change. In fact, I still want to look it over. I don't know how I feel about every Githyankai spellcaster having shield innately as a racial spell that they could use spell slots from any class on. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, so there's a lot of weird shit, weird decisions.
The thing is, they're all crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird design choices that went into this one. I don't even know where I'm at with this book, but I might stream about it tomorrow or Friday if there's time, because it's a lot. It's a very strange book, and then to find out that they discontinued the 2 books that they cribbed material from to make this book, it's just even weirder. Like, I don't know. It definitely shows that they are trying to shift over to a 5.5 D&D, and it's definitely showing the direction of their game design for sure. So, anyways, yeah. So, if you guys need anything, you have any questions, hit me up on the Discord. I'm very excited about this chapter and this arc. I believe it will be over before July begins. So we'll take a 2-month break IRL, and surviving characters will take a 5-year break in game. You will be sent out a homework assignment of what I did on my 5-year-long summer vacation. And if you complete that homework assignment, you will have also gained a level during your 5-year time skip. Which means if you succeed in this campaign, you'll hit a milestone, get to 15. If you do your summer vacation homework, you'll essentially skip from 14 to 16, and then we'll start in September, level 16 characters doing ridiculous high-level shit. And we'll play through 5 character arcs and 1 campaign finale arc, none of which will be especially long. So they'll maybe be like 3 sessions long or something. Just kind of like a lot of role play, a lot of lore, a couple of set piece battles, resolution, move on to the next one kind of thing as we kind of explore.
Can you say the level progression one more time?
Yeah. So if you succeeded the main campaign, you'll reach level 15, and then we'll take the break. During the break, if you do your homework assignment of like what you did during the time skip, you'll get another level up, and then we'll resume the game. Each arc that you finish is another milestone, so you'll actually get 6 or so sessions of being level 20. So you'll actually hit level 20 because you guys got the skull. You'll actually have 6 or so sessions instead of like 3 or so sessions at level 20, like just being level 20. So that's kind of cool. A lot of campaigns you get to level 20 and then you have 1 session at level 20 and then that's the end of it. So you guys will actually get to do stuff at level 20 for a while before everything comes to a close.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's very important, no matter how excited everybody is. Mythic is 9 months behind you guys. They have some real brainiacs, some real lore hounds in their group. At least one of them has figured out everything, like fucking everything, already. Others are highly suspicious. They'll probably spoil it for themselves way beforehand. just because that's how horny for lore they are. But you know, well, like your younger siblings that still believe in Santa Claus, we got to do our part to, you know, keep this from them. So we're gonna have completely neutral names for all the stuff. We can't show any of the cool dragon art anywhere, and so on and so forth. So, yeah. And if you live with someone that's in the mythic group, oof, man, that's gonna be rough.
Look,
Wow,
my life
that's
has
gonna be
already
hard.
been left. You know what? Like every time I play D&D, he's like, "How'd your session go?" And I'm like, "Fine." Every time he plays D&D, I'm like, "How'd your session go?" And then he talks at me for like
Oh
30
my
minutes.
god, that's so awful.
I
Oh
was
my
actually
God.
concerned. They were so horny for lore. I was worried they were going to figure it out and then spoil it for any of you guys who didn't know it before you guys could find out. That's how crazy it was. Yeah, the one guy was so good. He was like, "Hey, this is going to sound crazy, but evidence A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Are the gods just the Dragonlords mounts?" And I was like, "Hey, buddy. Hey, you're right. I'm Santa Claus. So we're gonna talk about how, since I'm Santa Claus, you're Santa Claus' little helper now. You can't tell your brothers and sisters what's going on here." And I had to swear them to secrecy. And they've done a very good job. But like, Mythic Kyra knows that this guy knows, so they sometimes share like a look like these guys don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
You're a fucked up individual, Crash. You're like telling him you can't say anything, and then in character, you're like hitting at him to say something. You're literally the devil. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
No,
Yeah.
that reveal was incredible. I blown away.
I'm really happy. Oh man, it's been very hard to keep it. I don't know. It's hard to dance around it this whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, because everybody wants to talk about it, but nobody can talk about it, and that's what they meant, right? They were actually sworn by this actual, like, binding oath that no one could discuss it. Even Lutheria couldn't even discuss it with you guys. They wanted to, but they couldn't. And so it was like, how much can we say without breaking the rules, kind of thing. That was one of the hardest things in this campaign, was kind of mastering the whole, like, he's touching me, I'm not touching you, like, thing of, like, Greek oaths, you know? Like, mom, dad, you know, Johnny's touching me, but, like, Johnny's finger is, like, 1 millimeter away from your nose, kind of thing. Like, that's what the gods and the titans have done for 500 years, is, like, cat's paws and almost oath breaking, but never quite crossing the line. And it was just kind of explained to me by another DM that since they are bound to the contract, they can kind of see with their true sight, right, where those limits are. So, like, it's clearly labeled for them, like, caution tape, don't go any further, you're going too far, you're pushing it too far. Yeah, so they've had this whole thing to navigate, and it's very much been like what they've done with you, right? They weaponized you guys against the Titans because they couldn't. And in the same way, the Titans have been weaponizing creatures and people in the same way, right? Yeah.
Yeah, when they talk about it, but then, like, we don't hear anything. Like, there was some moments like that was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when people would try to talk about it, and then they'd start, like, bleeding and, like, yeah, things like that. Yeah, because the demi-plane that is Thylea, I mean, it is the manifestation of her will. And I mean, she believes strongly in giving your word and keeping your word and oaths. And so that is, in a way, Thylea is like Ravenloft. Like, it is a demi-plane. Like, it is her reality. It is her will that is the world. And so that is why these oaths have such power. That's why magic is locked down for mortals, etc., etc., etc. Because everything that you see, everything that is there because she willed it to be there. So it's a lot. It's a whole thing. So And the stuff that's this chapter 9, whew, it's fucking crazy. It's absolutely bananas. I'm so excited. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
That's what you said about Praxis, and now I'm really starting to believe you.
I thought Praxis was pretty good. I thought Praxis was pretty good. I was happy because you guys did a lot of the Praxis content. I would have been kind of sad if you didn't do a lot of the content because it was a lot of prep. But
We even did a little bit of the bread bowl. We got a bread bowl in there.
yeah. The bread bowl taught me so much, though. The bread bowl taught me so much. Now I understand the benefits of just a mundane disguise. Like the Norse gods of old, I understand how cross-dressing is so much better than just casting disguise self. All right. Well, I gotta go to work in the morning, so I'm gonna go to bed. All right.
Yep.
Night, guys.
Have a
Good
good
night.
one.
Alright.
All right.
See you next week. Bye.
Bye.